You are welcome to the National Assembly proceedings. This broadcast is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in collaboration with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. And in today's order of business, you should expect consideration of the draft charter for the establishment of the Kenya Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, which the chairperson committee on the delegated legislation will move that the House adopts the report of the committee on delegated legislation on its consideration of the draft charter for the establishment
Honorable members,
of the Kenya Advanced
Mr.
Institute of Science and Technology, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 7th April 2026, and in pursuant to the provisions of Section 24, 1 of the Universities Act, Cap 210, he will move that the House approves the award of charter for the establishment of the Kenya Advanced Institute of Science and Technology. As you can see, the Speaker of the National Assembly has arrived and the session has begun. You are welcome once again to the proceedings of the National Assembly this Thursday, 9th of April, 2:30 p.m. Let me hand you over to the proceedings.
Mheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umetoa nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, tukusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tukuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikisha mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako siendelezwe na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao hajasahau msikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Sergeant, ring the quorum bell.
The Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Moses Wetangula, has just called for the bell to be rung due to lack of quorum of the House, and this is pursuant to Standing Order 34. So as it is, members are coming in, and once they reach the requisite quorum, we will continue with the order of business as was planned. What to expect in today's sitting, apart from the consideration of the draft charter for the establishment of the Kenya Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, is also the Strategic Goods Control Bill by the Leader of Majority, and also motion the consideration of the draft charter for the establishment of the Kenya Medical Research Institute by the Chairperson Committee on Delegated Legislation. And the Chairperson will move that the House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the draft charter for the establishment of Kenya Medical Research Institute, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 7th April 2026. Pursuant to provisions of Section 24 of the Universities Act, Cap 210, that the House approves the award of charter for the establishment of Kenya Medical Research Institute. What will follow is the Special Economic Zone Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 8 of 2026 by the leader of Majority Party. Another, the second reading of the motion consideration of Defense Cooperation Agreement by the Chairperson Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations. And the Chairperson will move that the House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations on its consideration of the Defense Cooperation Agreement laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 2nd April 2026, pursuant to the provision of Section 8.4 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act, CUP 4D. The agreements are that agreement between the government of the Republic of Kenya and the government of the French Republic, subject to reservation on Articles 9.5, 13.3, and inclusion of new articles on community relations, environmental protection, and training areas. There's also agreement between the government of the Republic of Kenya and the government of Czech Republic, subject to reservations on Article 14 and inclusion of a new provision on jurisdiction. There's also the agreement between the government of the Republic of Kenya and the government of the People's Republic of China, subject to reservations on Article 10.2.2 and inclusion of a new provision on training areas. Agreement between the government of the Republic of Kenya and the government of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, subject to reservation on Article 11, and agreement between the government of the Republic of Kenya and the government of the Republic of Zimbabwe, subject to reservations on Article 11.5, and inclusion of new articles on environmental protection and training areas. If you're just joining us, we are waiting for the Speaker to announce once we have reached the requisite quorum so that the House can proceed with its business of the day. What to expect, apart from what has already been mentioned, is also a motion on the consideration of Senate amendments to the Technopolis Bill, National Assembly Bill number 6 of 2024 by the leader of Majority, that the Senate amendments to the Technopolis Bill be now considered. The other motion is the consideration of Senate amendments to the Cooperatives Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2024, also by the leader of Majority Party. We'll have the Committee of the Whole House, where they will be looking into the consideration of Senate amendments to the Technopolis Bill and the consideration of Senate amendments to the Cooperatives Bill. The other, if I may read in Swahili, ukaguzi wa asasi zisizo huru kikamilifu za Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki na ushoroba wa kati katika Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, ya mwenyekiti kamati ya utangamano wa kikanda, kwamba Bunge la Taifa liridhie ripoti ya kamati ya utangamano wa kikanda kuhusu ziara ya ukaguzi kwa taasisi zisizo huru kikamilifu za Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki na ushoroba wa kati katika Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, iliyowasilishwa kwenye meza ya bunge Jumatano tarehe 9 Aprili. And now we have quorum. Handing you over.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Chairperson, Public Investments Committee on Governance and Education.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, 9th April 2026. 13th report of the Public Investment Committee on Governance and Education on its examination of unaudited financial statements of various technical and vocational colleges and technical training institutes for the financial years 2021-22, 2022-23, 2023-24, and 2024-25. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Health. Dr. Nyikal. Gogoyo, you are out of order. Dr. Nyikal is deputy. Who? Dr. Nyikal, take the nearest microphone and lay your paper or run to your seat, as you sometimes do. Proceed to, are you ready? It is just being brought. Okay. Hold. Honorable members, allow me to acknowledge, allow me to acknowledge and recognize Hansard reporters, editors, and audio officers from visiting parliaments and county assemblies. Honorable members, I wish to introduce to you a delegation of 36 Hansard reporters, editors, and audio officers from the parliaments of Ghana and Sierra Leone, and also from the county assemblies of Machakos, Nyeri, Mandera, and Samburu, who are seated in the speaker's gallery. The delegation is undertaking a training program on Hansard production in the advent of artificial intelligence, AI, conducted by our Center for Parliamentary Studies and Training, CPST, from 7th to 10th April 2026. On my behalf and on the behalf of the National Assembly, I welcome them to Parliament and wish them productive and enriching engagements throughout the period of their training. Thank you. You may take your seats. Also in the Speaker's Gallery, there is Potter's House Academy from Keses, was in Gishu. And also there are 3 students from Kianda School who are in Parliament for a period of 2 weeks on a voluntary service scheme to give them an opportunity to give back to the community by providing voluntary service to various organizations during school holidays. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, I welcome all the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Thank you. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Chairperson, Public Investments Committee on Governance and Education.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Public Investments Committee on Governance and Education and its examination of audited financial statements of the following technical and vocational colleges and technical training institutes for the financial year 2021-22, 2022-2023, 2023-2024, and 2024-2025, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 9th April 2026. 1, Likoni Technical and Vocational College. 2, Riragia Technical and Vocational College. 3, Taita Taveta Technical and Vocational College. 4, Kakrao Technical and Vocational College. 5, Kericho Township Technical and Vocational College. 6, PC Kinyanjui Technical and Training College. 7, Madenge Technical Training Institute. 8, Ngabune Technical Training Institute. 9, Leisamis Technical and Training Institute. And 10, Kisiwa Technical and Training Institute. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Next.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Abdul Haro, member for Mandera South.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand to request for a statement regarding the delay in issuance of national identity cards in northeastern Kenya. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding delay in processing and issuance of national ID cards in northeastern Kenya. Honorable Speaker, at the beginning of April, the Ministry of Interior and National Administration issued a policy directive that national ID cards would be processed within 3 to 7 days, including a same-day service for applicants within Nairobi County. This directive was intended to address previous bottlenecks in the registration process and enhance service delivery. However, despite this undertaking, many youth from northeastern Kenya, particularly in the northeastern region, are still yet to receive their ID cards, despite some having applied more than 6 months ago. This delay raises serious concerns regarding equitable access to government services. Additionally, noting that the Independent Electoral and Boundary Commission, IBC, has been conducting a nationwide voter registration exercise, the continued delays in issuance of ID cards in the region risks disenfranchising eligible youth, thereby undermining their political rights, including the right to vote. Honorable Speaker, there have been reports from Mandera Central Sub-County that the National Registration Bureau erroneously dispatched duplicate ID cards to individuals who already possess valid identification documents, while new applicants in the same region remain unserved. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. 1, a report on the number of ID cards processed and issued per county and sub-county, including the average processing timelines in each region. 2, reasons for the delay in processing and issuance of national ID cards to applicants in northern Kenya, particularly in northeastern region, within the last 3 years. 3, steps taken to address the issuance of duplicate cards in Mandera Central Sub-County to persons who had not applied for them. And 4, measures put in place by the Ministry of Interior and National Administration to ensure equitable, efficient, and timely processing and issuance of national ID cards across all regions in the country. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chair, Internal Security. Russell, when can you bring a response?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you know, with Honorable colleague, we come from nearly the same region. And I think unless it is isolated, because I get my ID card in 14 days, almost as the minimum. But we are going to respond to the House in 2 weeks, Honorable Speaker.
2 weeks. Yes, yes, Oundo, on the same issue?
Speaker, I have raised this issue very many times. What my good colleague and chair is saying is not factually true. I come from Busia, Funyula constituency as a matter of fact.
He talked about his area, so he could be factually correct in relation to his area.
Yeah, but because he's the chair, he cannot only just make reference to his area, he covers the entire country called Kenya. Honorable Speaker, the issue of delay in processing IDs seems to be either a technical issue, administrative issue, or some issues I cannot understand. On average, in my constituency, it takes 3 to 4 months to receive an ID. From the day processing and the day the copies, the sets come, it's almost 3 to 4 months. Yes. So this story of 14 days, 21 days, as the young people are saying, stories are jabba. Can you please look at it critically so that you have uniformity unless there's something hidden about this issue of issuing ID, that nobody is coming out clearly to tell us exactly what's happening. Some areas 14 days, others is 31 days, others is I don't know how many days. Please go and get proper information so that we can go relay the same to our people on the ground. Thank you, Honorable Chair, Speaker.
Who is the member there? Is that Mulanyi? No, that's Gashove. Gashove. There's some light in the background. I can't see you clearly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me also joyride on that question. In my constituency, there are applicants who applied for the ID since late last year. There are those who are claiming August, September, they have not received their IDs. Member for Gilgil is also telling me to add Gilgil. But this is a cross-cutting issues, and it's something that needs to be discussed, and we are supposed to be told whether there are areas that are receiving within 14 days, whereas others are receiving after 6 months. Yes. I was in my area 2 days ago, and I was being told that almost 200 ID applicants have not received since December.
Thank you, point made.
Thank you.
Bogoyo?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to also say that it is not entirely true what the Vice Chair for the committee has said, and even in Kajiado North.
He talked about his constituency, so just make your joyride.
Allow me to say, Mr. Speaker, that in Kajiado North we have an issue of IDs, and because there is voter registration and taking advantage of this open time, would it be government policy that we now just make, if those who have not received, can they be called and receive their IDs in the next 1 week, so that they take advantage of the voter registration if we mean well for the country?
Yes, Russell. Taitum, I'm sure it's the same thing, isn't it? That your area is also not getting IDs on time.
Thank you very much.
Just hold on for Taitum.
Chair, my concern is about the application forms.
Which chair are you addressing?
Honorable Speaker, yes. Honorable Speaker, it is as if the issuance of these IDs is skewed towards some regions. Because where I come from, the major concern is application forms. The distribution is skewed. At times you get 10 forms, 5 forms. So I would appeal to the chair to make sure that the application forms are available in all centers where these IDs are being applied to the Kenyans.
Roida.
Spika, mimi yangu ni mengine. Mimi nimetamaushwa na maneno ya hapa. Yaani watu wanakosa ID kwa miezi 6 wanalalamika. Sisi kutoka uhuru patikane, jana ndo birth certificate ya kwanza imepatikana Lamu East, kutengenezwa Lamu East. Kutoka uhuru patikane, sisi ndo tumepata birth certificate ya kwanza kutengezwa Lamu East, ile kuandikwa imeregistra ako Lamu East ni jana. Hawa miezi 6 wanalalamika. Sisi ni 60 years tumekuwa tukienda Lamu West tukichukua. Si umeona tofauti ile Kenya, wengine ni wa Kenya zaidi kushinda wengine, Speaker. Vumilieni.
Russell, you hear that? That there's a saying in India of a man who complained of having no shoes until he met a man with no feet. Yes, Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, this issue of IDs is indeed critical, and is not just in the areas that the members are speaking about. It's a matter that also in my own constituency, I've had complaints of delays in printing. But yesterday, Honorable Speaker, and I was looking for the message, the PS in charge of immigration, PS Belio Kipsang, told me that they had delays, and now what is pending printing is equivalent to 3 days. Apparently, they have about 90,000 IDs, which they are yet to print, and they are printing about 37,000 IDs in a day. So in about 3 days, they will be able to clear that backlog, and probably as the chair engages with the committee, they would just need to follow up on whether that has been done, because I have that update as of yesterday afternoon. because the matter I had also raised with the PS in relation also to my own constituency. I had very many complaints of people saying they have delays in getting IDs. But also more importantly is what Captain Rueda says, that there are areas in this country that have been marginalized for a long period. Not just Lamu East, the northern parts of Kenya. And I hear there are people who are complaining that some of the communities in the northern parts of Kenya and places like Lamu East and Lamu West, people are getting IDs. But we must tell them that a Kenyan is a Kenyan. Any Kenyan from any part of the country is a Kenyan, and they should get their ID cards as fast as a person in Nairobi gets their ID cards, and as quick as a person in Kikuyu deserves to get their ID card. It should be the same for the person in Lamu East, for the person in Mandera, for the person in Wajir or in Lokichogio. Because we are all Kenyans and we must be treated equally and fairly as Kenyans. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Russell, you bring a response. If what Majority Leader is saying is correct, then you bring us a response by Thursday next week.
Honorable Speaker, we are going to summon the peers.
Yes.
To give us a comprehensive position on the issue of ID cards nationwide, but also there are issues of uncollected ID cards. Last week, part one, we were in Eldoret. We found almost 8,000. In Kisumu, we found almost the same numbers. So it's important also Kenyans who have
Honorable
applied.
members, as PSC, I employ staff for you in your field offices. You have a duty to use those staff that we pay to join in assisting delivery of those IDs to your constituents. We pay salaries for these employees in your offices. Assign them. What Raso is saying is true and correct in many places. We cry there are no IDs. When they are issued, nobody picks them. They are piled up in DO's offices, in chief's offices. Use our parliamentary staff in your offices the same way we use them for public participation to identify people who have applied for IDs, IDs are ready, and have them delivered to them. John McCauley.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 42(2)C, I rise to request a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding the rising cases of insecurity in Kandui constituency. Honorable Speaker, over the past 4 months, Kandui constituency has witnessed a disturbing increase in incidents of lawlessness and insecurity, with seemingly no action being taken to curb the incidents by the law enforcement authorities. On 6 April 2026, at Sangalo Market, a gang of armed robbers raided Club Solutions, a business establishment in Kandui, and brutally attacked several persons, as a result of which one person, Mr. Anthony Wabuke, was left dead. The attack also left 3 other persons, Mr. Joseph Morai, Mary Simiyu, and Titus Simiyu Wabomba, critically injured and who are now fighting for their lives at Bungoma County Referral Hospital. The incident was reported at Sangalo Police Station under OB number 402/6/4/2026 and OB number 403/6/4/2026. It is important to note, Honorable Speaker, that this incident occurred 60 meters away from the police station. Additionally, on 5th October 2025, Mr. Justus Waboba Okumu, who was working as a security guard in Muskoma Ward, was attacked and killed by robbers. On 16th April 2025, Mr. Augustine Makoha Nyongesa, who was working as a security guard at Simba Wanyika Bar in Muskoma Ward, was also attacked and killed by armed robbers. Similarly, the matter was reported to the requisite police station. Further, there have been incidents of students from Kibabi University and Bungoma National Polytechnic being attacked while going to their hostels from classes. It is disconcerting to know that despite the gravity of these crimes, them having been reported, there appears to be a lack of decisive action from security agents with no arrests being made in connection with these incidents. Honorable Speaker, it's against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. 1, a report on the status of investigations into insecurity incidents in Kandui constituency, particularly the killings of Mr. Anthony Wabuke, Mr. Justus Wabwile, and Mr. Augustine Nyongesa, indicating any identified, apprehended, or charged suspects in connection with these incidents. 2, the specific measures being implemented to curb this alarming spate of killings in Kandui constituency, including deployment of additional officers in populated areas of Sangalo and Kibabi, as was indicated in the Jukwaa la Usalama Forum. 3, long-term strategies the government plans to employ to restore security in Kandui constituency. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Russell, when can you bring a response? 2 weeks?
We'll respond in 2 weeks, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Dick Maungu, member for Rwanda.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of the Standing Order 44.2c, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding prevailing incidences of insecurity in the country. Honorable Speaker, there have been increased reports of insecurity across the country, particularly incidences that appear to be politically instigated. For instance, on Wednesday, 8th April 2026, the Senator of Vihiga, Senator Godfrey Ososi, MP, was attacked and seriously injured by unknown assailants while at a restaurant in Kisumu County. Honorable Speaker, such incidences raise grave concern regarding the safety and security of political leaders and the general public, and have the potential to undermine public confidence in the ability of our security agencies to maintain law and order. The apparent rise in politically linked violence has deeply unsettled Kenyans and poses a danger to peace, stability, and democratic governance in the country, especially as the country gears up for the 2027 general elections. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. 1, the circumstances surrounding the attack on Senator Godfrey Ososi, MP, and the progress made in investigating the incidents. 2, the measures being taken by security agencies to curb politically instigated violence and enhance the safety of citizens and leaders. 3, the steps being taken to identify and apprehend the perpetrators of such acts of violence. And 4, the long-term strategies to address the rising cases of insecurity across the country and restore public confidence as the nation heads to the 2027 general elections. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Senior Counsel Otienda Molo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to piggyback on that statement and request, which I fully support. Mr. Speaker, I was probably one of the first to condemn this unfortunate incident at about 2:30 p.m. yesterday, when I learned from one of my relatives who was in Aga Khan Hospital that Senator Ososi had been attacked. Mr. Speaker, I condemned it, and I still do, as an act of cowardice. In our culture, and in any decent culture, people don't attack you without notice. Mr. Speaker, I condemned it as an act of political intolerance. We can have our differences of opinion. We can support anyone we want. But the most anyone can do is respond to you verbally and express their opinion, not attend upon you physical harm. Mr. Speaker, I condemn it, and I still do, as an act of goonism, which is gaining currency in this country. Almost everywhere now, almost every funeral, almost every political meeting, we are witnessing very unfortunate incidents of goons being ferried and paid to do that. But Mr. Speaker, beyond the attack itself, I also condemn the mis- and disinformation that came across after that act. This idea of people doing the wrong thing and then flooding social media to disinform and almost defame the victims of such acts must also be condemned. Mr. Speaker, I do not just condemn this because of the status of Senator Ososi. Yes, Senator Ososi is a member of parliament, but I would condemn it if it happened to any Kenyan. Mr. Speaker, I do not just condemn it because it happened in my home city of Kisumu. Even if it happened in Mombasa or here or Kirinyaga or wherever else, it must be condemned. Mr. Speaker, I do not just condemn it because of party issues. I am the national vice chair of the ODM party. The D in our party stands for democracy. Anybody who is a member of ODM is allowed by our constitution to express themselves as best they know how. That can never be reason to visit any sort of harm in any way, either by any sympathizer of the ODM party. Anyone who thinks that they could be advancing the cause of any party by such actions must be condemned. I do not just condemn it, Mr. Speaker, because it happened in a city that is predominantly occupied by the Luo community. I am a Luo. I would condemn it if it happened to my worst enemy. I would condemn it that it has happened to Senator Ososi. Mr. Speaker, I want to suggest that those who nurture this kind of thing...
You are more than joyriding.
Mr. Speaker, I am ably assisting my, my colleague, who happens to be my co-defender, as I wind up in Bunge FC. Mr. Speaker, Kenyans should know, and even non-Kenyans, you might get a young leopard that looks like a cat and take it home in the hope that it will be a cat and nurture it, and then it will grow to be a wild leopard that even you cannot contain. If we do not contain this kind of thing now, 2027 might portend of dangers that we cannot fathom. I support that we must arrest those who perpetrated this crime and even those who planned this crime. Only then can we start containing the larger ogre that is facing us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Nabi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rising on the same, Mr. Speaker, I would like to condemn what happened to Senator Ososi. Mr. Speaker, I would also like the chairman of the committee to get us to know why in the western part of Kenya we have noticed almost in all funerals, in all public functions, goons being ferried in public, in total glare of police, and they are not arrested. Mr. Speaker, if you watch videos from the CCTV of what happened to Senator Ososi, you will find three things. Number one, people collected in an high-end area, which is 10 meters away from the Central Bank of Kenya, which has civilian police and regional police headquarters. Mr. Speaker, you will notice that even the security of that building, the security of Java, never attempted to save Senator Ososi. Mr. Speaker, what is even worrying, two of the people were carrying guns. You can clearly see, and that would be an indicator that police would be pursuing these people. 24 hours later, no one has been arrested. Mr. Speaker, if a member of parliament cannot be safe, do we expect Wanjiku, Wanjala, Nekesa to be safe? Mr. Speaker, I want to say this. It started like that with our late brother, Honorable Ngondo. He came crying. He came complaining. They went for him. We don't have the man. Could this be an indicator that they want to kill Ososi? As a community, we will rise as Parliament will rise, as the Luo Nation will rise. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Zamzam.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi niweze kumuunga mwenzangu mkono nikisema nakemea vikali kitendo ambacho amefanyiwa Mheshimiwa Geoffrey Osoti, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na mimi nataka niwaambie Wakenya, tuna tofauti zetu kubwa. Hawa wako hivi, hawa wako vile, lakini hata katiba yetu hairuhusu mtu kuweza kuja kumpiga mwenzake na kumpa madhara kiasi kile. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, nilikuwa naangalia ile video, nilisikia uchungu sana kama mama ndani ya taifa hili, na niweze pia kuchukua fursa hii kuwapongeza wale wapishi wa pale Java. Hao ndo wametoka, naona wanajaribu kuzuia wapishi wa Java. Niwapongeze sana mahali ambapo wako. Sisi tuna tofauti kubwa, mtu weza kosana na mwenzako kukawa na mihemuko, lakini isifikie mpaka mtu uweze kupiga mbunge kiasi hicho. Mbunge mwenzetu hapa tumempoteza, Mheshimiwa Ngondore, Mwenyezi Mungu amrahamu. Ilianza hivi akilalamika, mwisho wa kuisha leo hatunaye. Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi pia nipende kuelezea waheshimiwa wenzangu, kuna mipaka pia ya siasa. Tusije kuwa wachokozi sana huku wachokoza huku na huku, mpaka wengine pia hasira zinakuwa juu, zinafikia hapo. Mheshimiwa Spika, kila mtu aweke nidhamu. Kila mtu aweke nidhamu. Sisi huku juzi na jana, Mheshimiwa Spika, tunatukanwa na SG ambaye yuko katika chama cha tawala, na sisi pia tukasikia uchungu, lakini tumesema hatuwezi mpiga, tutatoa sauti zetu tumwambie ikiwa sisi tuna support rais, na yeye lazima ajue afanye heshima kwa chama cha ODM. Kwa hiyo mimi nataka kukemea leo yule ambaye amefanya hichi kitendo. Mheshimiwa Spika, achukuliwe. Na ni wale vijana nimewaona, lazima kuna mtu amewatuma. Mheshimiwa Spika, vijana wale wachukuliwa hatua, na yule aliyowatuma pia naye achukuliwa hatua, maana yake sasa tuenda kwenye elections, haya mambo yasiweze kutokea. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa hayo machache kutoka Mombasa County, Mheshimiwa Spika, nakemea na nasema amani yangu ni amani ya Ichungwa, ni amani ya Nabina Bwera, na amani ya mtu mwingine. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Lasso, when can you bring?
Mr. Speaker, for the
Those
benefit,
are enough joyriders.
Mr. Speaker, for the benefit of the House.
Yes.
This morning we had the DCI before us.
Yes.
And that is one of the issues we put to him. And we told him that we want quick answers. The issue of hooliganism or goonism that is taking root in this country, I think it doesn't portend well for us as a country. We can be politicians, but tomorrow we are there on the street.
I've invited
citizens.
you to tell us when to bring a response. You are making a speech.
Next Thursday, Honorable Speaker.
Next Thursday. Sawa sawa. Those who wanted to joyride, you will interrogate the statement on Thursday. I'll give you Kipepeo, Wamboka, Oundo, na wengine. Next. Yes, yes, Honorable Murugara, George Best. Give him the mic.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I happened to be in a funeral yesterday in respect of one of our most respected colleagues here. A very solemn occasion it was, and all of us were in a very somber mood. As we continue to mourn, statements were made, which statements we may take them to be political. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, I draw your attention to a statement that was made by the impeached Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, that the Honorable Speaker of this House has been allowing debate on him without substantive motion. He then read out what he purported to be Standing Order number 51, which standing order I have looked at and which has nothing to do with debate on a member or a member of the public without a substantive motion. Honorable Speaker, this House must at all times and wherever we are be held with the highest esteem. And especially the personification of the House is actually the Speaker. This statement, as far as I know, and I have sat in this House the whole of this session, I do not recollect any other time, apart from the impeachment motion that was brought against the former Deputy President, when it was discussed. If I am wrong, then I stand to be corrected by the honorable members who are always here, but I think I am right. Honorable Speaker, is it in order for anyone, whether in this House, whether out there in the public, in whichever way, first to misquote the standing orders, and then make statements that disparage the person of the Speaker, the head of this arm of government, which must be respected? Remember, we have 3 arms of government, and none is superior to the other, none is inferior to the other, but the House of Parliament must have its respect throughout the Republic of Kenya. So what hurt me most was, number 1, to misquote the standing order because he didn't know what he was talking about. Number 2, to bring to disrepute the person of the Speaker of the National Assembly. And thirdly, to bring this House to disrepute because I do not recall anyone debating the person of the impeached Deputy President without a substantive motion or any other time. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I would wish to be guided. Yes, I would wish to be guided whether, even if for members of the public, they have the liberty, they have the immunity to misquote our standing orders, which possibly do not apply to them in whichever form, but by so doing, bring this House to disrepute. And also try to bring in improper motive upon the Speaker of the House of Parliament, who is also the head of this arm of government, which is the legislature. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I want to agree with the Honorable Murugara, and indeed it is true. Besides the person of the Speaker having been accused, unfortunately, in a funeral program of one of our colleagues. Honorable Speaker, if you look at our own standing orders, the standing order quoted 51 talks about withdrawal of motions and how they can be reintroduced in the House. So I was rather astonished, Honorable Speaker, to hear the person who is challenging the Honorable Speaker on the provisions of our standing orders is a former member of Parliament, one-term former member of Parliament, who was in this House for only one term, who has no record whatsoever in the House of anything substantive that he ever brought before this House in terms of a motion or even contributions to a bill. And therefore, he forgot, Honorable Speaker, that these standing orders were authored by none other than yours faithfully, the Honorable Speaker. And I heard him say, oh, Honorable Speaker, you are a lawyer. You should know you are not just a lawyer. You are a senior counsel and an advocate of high repute in this country.
Of 40 years standing.
40 years standing. Yes. You are also a great contributor in the writing of these standing orders, both for this House, when you are a member of the National Assembly, over 30 years ago, when the man was stealing relief food as a DO. You also helped in the authoring of the standing orders in the Senate. Therefore, he has no capacity, and Rigathi Gachagua has no capacity absolutely to advise the Speaker on the provisions of standing orders. But maybe because he was a one-term member of Parliament who left no impact in this House and was a quarter-term Deputy President, let me read for him so that next time he sees you, he can quote Standing Order 87. And it is 87.1 and 4 that would be relevant. But even 87.1, Honorable Speaker, protects the person of the Speaker
or any other person like a president, a head of state of a friendly country, or a public officer who can only be removed from office by resolution of the House. So the deputy president enjoys this because you cannot remove a deputy president from office without bringing a substantive motion before the House. The other person, other than holders of offices that can only be removed by a resolution of the House, who are protected by Standing Order 87, is under 87(4). It protects you as members of parliament and our colleague senators from being discussed on the floor of the House without a substantive motion being brought. But it does not protect a former member of parliament, one-term former member of parliament. It does not protect a former unimpeached deputy president. And worst of all, it can never protect a tribal bigot. Because what I heard yesterday was just tribal bigotry. Somebody even pretending he can lecture the president and pretending he's the one now to allow the president to speak to the people of Mount Kenya. And I am glad the president aptly answered him by telling him he does not require the permission of anybody to engage with the people of Mount Kenya or indeed the people of Kenya. And I want to agree with the president. The president has developed and built a strong relationship with the people of Mount Kenya and many Kenyans across the board over the years, over a career spanning more than 30 years. Leave alone who was a one-term MP, and now you want to pretend that you'll be the one to allow the president to speak. The president is earning his respect across the country because of the work he's doing. Honorable Rueda has just told you that today, for the first time, people in Lamu East can have birth certificates, courtesy of the work that the president is doing. That the people in northern Kenya can now access ID cards and feel as part and parcel of this country, courtesy of the work that the president is doing. Therefore, let me say, Honorable Speaker, because you are unfairly attacked in that funeral. And it's rather sad that the people who are attacking us, including myself, Honorable Speaker, you know you are just mentioned once, together with the Deputy President. I am told I was mentioned, I thought somebody passed me a note that I was mentioned 21 times. I am told it was actually 27 times. But that tells you someone who is living in perpetual fear of the unknown. I heard the Honorable Speaker accuse me, and I have said it here and I want to repeat it. Rigathi Gachagua on the 25th of June organized goons to come and burn my NGCDF office in Kikuyu. On the 26th of June 2025, he organized goons who came and burned our offices, county government offices in Kikuyu. What was left of national government offices, our law courts were burnt down, our county government offices were burnt down. They attempted to come and burn down my own home. That was the day he sent people to attempt to kill my father, who was then 105 years old. May God rest his soul in eternal peace. Then I heard him the other day, Honorable Speaker, saying that, oh, Ishongwa organized goons. Mr. Rigathi, I dared ask him, how would I have organized goons to go burn my own house, to go murder my own parents? And you know, he works with reverse psychology, Honorable Speaker. What he was trying to do to you yesterday was to try and incite the crowd to heckle you, just as we were saying, oh, I had organized Ishongwa not to speak at this funeral. Mr. Speaker, I am on record, and I said it on Sunday when I want to condole with the family of the late Honorable Kiaraho. I do not, as a matter of principle, speak politics in funerals, out of respect for the bereaved family and the rested soul. It was very callous of Gachagua and the other bearded character to go even without paying any regard to the mourning family and those children, Honorable Speaker, of Honorable Kiaraho, including lying, Honorable Speaker. I heard him lie, oh, Honorable Kiaraho never signed my impeachment. Let me remind him, because he's so callous and heartless, that he will scavenge even on the death of our colleagues to do politics. At the time the impeachment motion was being signed, I personally spoke to the Honorable Kiaraho, and he was away in India undergoing treatment, Honorable Speaker. What Honorable Kiaraho was asking is whether he could be allowed to sign and send a scanned signature, and we told him our standing orders do not allow. He even sought to vote remotely. And you remember, Honorable Speaker, we engaged and we said on a matter as serious as an impeachment motion, no member would be allowed to vote remotely. You must be physically present in the House, Honorable Speaker. And when I heard him lie through his teeth, and this is characteristic of the former Deputy President, Mr. Gachagua, he has now claimed, Honorable Speaker, that this Saturday is coming. And I said it on record here, and I want to repeat it. Kikuyu is part and parcel of Kenya. We welcome everybody to our constituency to engage with the people of Kikuyu. What we oppose is you ferrying goons from Githurai, from Kayole, to come and loot businesses in Kikuyu town. That we will make sure that the police protect the businesses of the people of Kikuyu. Otherwise, if all you want to come is come and mention Kimani Ichung'wah another 100 times, welcome. You will come, insult me, then leave. But that will not change anything with the people of Kikuyu, Honorable Speaker.
Time up.
Just like yesterday, Honorable Speaker, you know the goons who had been mobilized from Kiamaina in Nyahururu, some from Kayole and Githurai, left in buses. Honorable Faith was telling me some were being paid around Pembroke House. Honorable Speaker, let me say, you have a duty to protect the dignity of this House, and we also have a duty as a House to protect the person of the Speaker of the House. Because it is on record, Honorable Speaker, you have never allowed any substantive motion, neither allowed the discussion of a person who is protected by these standing orders, because they are very clear. So may he be informed, Honorable Speaker, and keep his goons away from you.
Yes, Wamshomba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to just add my voice on what we saw and witnessed yesterday regarding the attack on you as a person and as a Speaker of this House. It was very unfortunate that now we have dragged matters, politics, to even funerals without any regards to the bereaved. And Mr. Speaker, I think this is a time we need to draw back to the drawing board as members of Parliament, guided by you and led by you, Mr. Speaker. You know, in our Kamukunji, we contribute funds. Some of us, we contribute from our pay slips. Others, we contribute in our welfare corners as members of Parliament to support the families of the bereaved. And Mr. Speaker, we struggle very much through you to create even a select committee to organize funerals for our colleagues. Mr. Speaker, all the money we contribute to give our colleagues an honorable send-off is being watered down by politics, Mr. Speaker. And I think time has come for us to go back to our Kamukunji, Mr. Speaker, under your guidance, and deliberate on how we are going to go forward. Not that we are expecting that more members are going to die, but Mr. Speaker, I think we need to go back to the drawing board. It's not fair for me to contribute 100,000 shillings, money that is supposed to be helping the family to organize an honorable send-off, and then in that funeral, Mr. Speaker, you, the Speaker, who is the chairperson of the committee that organized that wonderful ceremony, is dressed down politically the way we saw yesterday. So, Mr. Speaker, I suggest, if a clergy or a bishop passes on, the church takes control of the funeral. The church dictates who is going to speak and who is not going to speak. Mr. Speaker, our sergeant at arms yesterday, they were not given the power of Parliament to help us even maneuver because the funeral was taken over by goons. There were people who were all over in a parking lot, harassing members, harassing our drivers, harassing our PAs. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to throw this challenge to your desk as our chair of the select committees in these funerals so that you can guide us on how forward we are going to. I'm not comfortable as a member of Parliament to contribute more money to help bereaved families of our colleagues, and then during the funeral, even the family is not comfortable. Yesterday, I saw the lady, the Honorable Mrs. Kiaraho and her family. I saw her facial expressions, you know, sending signals that things are not going right. Why would we contribute to a funeral service that is being used as a platform to demean you as a Speaker of the National Assembly, to demean a majority leader like Kimani Ichung'wah, and many others? Yet, we have other platforms, political platforms, where we can do this. So with your support, Mr. Speaker, and with your permission, I request for a Kamukunji where we shall go and discuss how we are going to manage such functions going forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oundo, the last.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The House of Parliament is one of the arms of this, in the Constitution of Kenya, that requires respect, requires to be held with the esteem that it deserves. Honorable Speaker, over the years, there has been directed attack on the House of Parliament by every Tom, Dick, and Harry that finds it an opportunity to do so. Many times, members of Parliament have been referred to as MPs. They have been abused. And that's why, Honorable Speaker, you could have seen how careless, how callous it was to attack Honorable Sosi in Kisumu yesterday, with total disregard on the image and reputation of the members of Parliament. Honorable Speaker, it's a time for retrospect. We as members of Parliament, how do we conduct ourselves outside there? How do we conduct ourselves inside here? What kind of statements do we make when we are inside here? What kind of statements do we make when we are granted a microphone in a funeral, a church function, or wherever it is? Honorable Speaker, it is time probably you must now be very hard and ruthless in applying the Powers and Privileges Act of this Parliament. Many of the statements made by our colleagues inside this chamber and outside there, that are very embarrassing, humiliating, at times they do not reflect the true meaning and character of a member of Parliament. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, you are becoming collateral damage. You are becoming collateral damage in tribal political supremacy. You might be dragged into it for long, but it's an unfortunate position you are, where the Samia people always say, an orange tree with ripe trees, that's where children throw most of the stones. You must find a way of not getting dragged into tribal political wars, or you'll go down with it, with your reputation in tatters. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. I think we should end it here. I was in this funeral. The impeached deputy president stood up, quoted a standing order that does not have any relevance to what he was talking about, and then went on a misadventure to throw tirades at everybody. Things that were total. He even forgot that we were in a funeral. He didn't even say any condolence to the family of Honorable Kiarao. He just went on and on and on, and at the end of the day, the public saw that here is a man overawed by anger, internal turmoil, and a political misadventure that will lead him to nowhere. Yes, Shakil?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Taking it on from what Mheshimiwa, our lady has spoken, I propose that under the Powers and Privileges Committee, which is under you, that the former deputy president be banned from entering Parliament until such a time as he has made their appropriate apologies. Because as I understand it, Mr. Speaker, sir, former members of Parliament still have access to hear, and I wish to propose to the Powers and Privileges Committee that we sit and actually ban him, the Deputy President, from entering this premises, which he has abused our Speaker, he has abused our Majority Leader, and abused many of us in this particular House. So we don't see why he should even walk in here. Even if he doesn't want to walk in, I think the best thing is that we ban him so that he feel the brunt of our anger. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Kipepeo? Member for
Thank you,
Busia.
Mr. Speaker. I just want to also add on what my colleagues have said. I watched Gachagua even his face had no remorse. Gachagua must respect widows. He must respect orphans. That is no stage for people showing off their prowess. If he's a man enough, he should just look for another place, another area where he can face whoever he wants to. The loser-hurting sentiments that he gave, actually he even, he lost a lot of marks. So we need leaders in this country to understand that when they are mourning, when people are mourning, that is not the area where we all go to start throwing our own tantrums. We need all leaders not to take advantage of the mourners or to take advantage of people who are bereaved. When people are bereaved, they need healing, they need time to come to terms. And if we go there, we must be part of a solution to their problems, not to add pepper on injury. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Can we leave it here? Roeda, iko nini?
Speaker, hii alikukosea heshima. Uliona vile ulivyoheshimiwa ulivyokuja Lamu Mashariki mpaka tukakupatia keki ukakata.
Yes.
Hebu linganisha na ile. Ile alikukosea heshima wewe, amekosea hili bunge heshima, amekosea rais heshima, amekosea sisi wabunge heshima. Sasa tusiwe tukizungumza tu, tutafute suluhisho. Kule ni hatari sasa. Ile alivyofanya msichukulie hivi hivi ni hatari. Mimi nashukuru Mwenyezi Mungu hakuna mtu ameuawa. Wajua mtu kama yule nimechochea sana. Sasa mimi nilikuwa naomba tutoe suluhisho. Mungu asijalie mtu mwingine kufa, lakini ile area tuseme ni eneo ambalo hatutakwenda sisi wabunge. Ni hatari. Ni hatari sana. Kwa hivyo tutoe way forward, tusiende tena ndo waone sisi hatutaki kwenda kule ndo wajirekebishe. Na wajua hao wenzetu hawawezi kukaa mbali na power. Wakifanywa hivyo watarudi to their senses.
Yes, Mapeo. Mbura Buri. And has got something else.
Asante Bwana Speaker. Yangu ni kidogo sana. Nilikuwa kwa yale masisi ya jana, lakini ile kitu ambayo niliona utoto mtufu. Eti ya kwamba rais wa nchi anayesimika na kila mtu katika nchi yetu na dunia mzima, kijana mdogo anasema kwamba hamuogopi. Kwani nchi yetu haina sheria yoyote ya kuita yule mtu kumuuliza haumuogopi mtu ambaye amechaguliwa na kura? Ingine kanisitueti ya kwamba Speaker wa National Assembly nchi yetu ya Kenya, kijana ambaye hana viatu ya kuvaa, hana suruali, hana kitu yoyote, anatupa mdomo kwake. Ingine ni majority leader, kiongozi wetu katika bunge hii, hawampi heshima. Kwa mimi yangu nikisema kwamba Gachagua anafaa kuheshimu wa Kenya. Na ukitaka kuwa kiongozi katika nchi yetu ya Kenya, lazima ukae chini usikize wengine. Lazima uheshimu wale wengine ndio uweze kupewa heshima. Usipoheshimu wale wengine wewe heshimika. Wewe Gachagua, tuko na historia yako ulipokuwa ndio. Hataki kueleza ya kwamba wakati wa 1992 uliweka watu michale kule Molo. Hataki kueleza kwamba uliiba chakula ya relief ikafanya uvutwe. Hatuwezi kueleza kwamba mama Vivian Matiba ulikuwa mtu wa kwanza kusikilia yeye akawa raped bila machako kwa ndio. Hataki kuambia kwamba wewe ni mtu mbaya, mkora sio siba, anafaa kuongezwa kakoto kwa tumbo na simiti ndio siba sana. Mala ndugu yake.
Next.
Mala ndugu yake alipokufa.
Take your seat. Mashua Waithaka is in the house. There is a response to your statement. Oh no, you are requesting for a statement. Go ahead. Mashua Waithaka,
Yes.
member for Kiambu.
Yes, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding the status of investigations into the murder of one Ms. Bridget Njoki Wainaina. Honorable Speaker, on 7 July 2025, Ms. Bridget Njoki Wainaina, a 12-year-old girl from Kirigoine village in Dumberi Ward, Kiambu constituency, was reportedly struck by a stray bullet while inside her family home. She was rushed to St. Bridget's Hospital in Kiambu, where she succumbed to her injuries. The incident was reported to Dumberi Police Station under OB number 22/7/7, 2025, and on 8th July 2025, investigating officers visited the scene and collected evidence, including bullet fragments. Subsequently, on 9th July 2025, a postmortem examination recovered a bullet lodged in the deceased's head, which was preserved as evidence. However, since then, there has been little progress in the investigations, and the family has not received any update on the status of the case. Notably, the family was instructed not to interfere with the crime scene, and to date, the bullet hole in their home remains unrepaired, prolonging their distress and rendering parts of the home uninhabitable. Honorable Speaker, it's against this background that I request a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. 1, a report on the current status of the investigations into the murder of Ms. Bridget Njoki Wainaina, including whether any suspects have been identified, apprehended, or charged in connection with the incident. 2, steps being taken to expedite the conclusion of forensic processes at the crime scene to enable the family to restore their home to habitable conditions. 3, the measures put in place by the Ministry of Internal and National Administration to strengthen firearm regulation and oversight to enhance accountability, including mechanisms to address unlawful acquisition and use. And 4, plans put in place by the ministry to provide support to the Wainaina family, including compensation and psychological support and welfare assistance. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Committee on Administration and Internal Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, will respond to honorable colleague in 2 weeks. Thank you.
All right. Next, we have a response to a statement of the Honorable Abdul Haro by the Energy Chairperson, Energy Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wish to give a response on submission regarding the status of electricity connectivity in Kotulo sub-county of Mandera County by Honorable Abdul Haro, Member of Parliament for Mandera South constituency. Honorable Speaker, the following are the submissions as required. 1, the question was measures being taken by the Ministry of Energy and Kenya Power Company to address the unreliable electricity supply in Kotulo sub-county, Mandera County. Honorable Speaker, currently Kotulo town in Kotulo sub-county of Mandera County is served by a Kotulo 450 kVA diesel off-grid station, one generator rated at 300 kVA and another rated at 150 kVA, located near the border of Wajir and Mandera counties. The generation capacity is sufficient since the peak demand is currently 150 kVA and the generators are currently working on a 24 hours. To ensure reliability, the distribution lines and transformers are being maintained regularly. For quicker power restoration, any outrage issues are addressed by the staff based at Kotulo off-grid station and Elwak off-grid station. Notably, Kotulo power station is located in Kotulo Wajir and serves both Wajir and Mandera counties. 2, what plans are being put in place to construct a dedicated power station within Mandera County to serve Kotulo and surrounding areas, including Galsela and Dabas City. To accommodate the future projected power requirements for the stated area, there is need to upgrade the station with an additional 500 kVA generator to enable sufficient redundancy of generation capacity during preventive and corrective maintenance. The appropriate budget for procurement of a 50 kVA enclosed generator set and its accessories is around 35 million shillings. The ministry will continue to prioritize these off-grid stations for upgrade based on available budget allocation. And Honorable Speaker, just the other day when we were passing the supplementary budget, we were able to allocate 1 billion shillings. Hopefully, it will be sorting out some of these issues. Question number 3, steps being taken to fast-track connection of commissioned lines in Boji Garse to Tayu, Lehelehel, Haolwale, and using targeted subsidies to lower costs for low-income households. Honorable Speaker, the response to this question is projects in these areas are being implemented by Rural Electrification and Renewable Energy Corporation. The table below gives a status of a project which REREC is implementing in Mandera South constituency. The projects, Honorable Speaker, are listed number 1, 2, and 3, and most importantly, the costing, which amounts to 112,304,896 Kenya shillings, which will be connecting 798 families. To ensure these projects are completed in time, REREC has adopted a multiple strategy approach of fast-tracking the ongoing project in various ways as follows. 1, provision of outstanding materials to all ongoing projects to ensure that they are complete on time. 2, working closely with the KPLC officers to jointly inspect and commission completed projects and ensure they are metered. 3, holding weekly progress meetings with various contractors. Honorable Speaker, question number 4 was long-term strategy by government to ensure equitable power connectivity in marginalized and rapidly developing regions such as Kotulo sub-county in Mandera County. Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum will continue on a phased-up electrification summarized as below. Off-grid initiatives, projects like COSAP, where KPLC is already implementing solar mini-grids and standalone PV system to connect around 50,584 beneficiaries under phase 1 of the project. 2, hybridization project is solarization of diesel plants is ongoing to enable connectivity of 25,188 households to clean and reliable energy. Honorable Speaker, this initiative aims to improve electricity access and promote renewable energy solutions in Mandera South County, Mandera County and other areas that do not have coverage of the national grid prior to the connection to the grid as planned. Several projects have so far been implemented in Mandera South constituency and other ongoing aimed at enhancing connectivity in the constituency and the entire Mandera County. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, a list of all ongoing and recently completed projects in Mandera County are scheduled. From the list, Mandera South constituency has the following. 1, 6, ongoing 6 in number, mini-grid project at a cost of 342 million shillings, targeting 1,608 customers. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, ongoing another 9 solar installations in public facilities, especially schools and dispensaries, at a cost of 21 million Kenya shillings. Honorable Speaker, there is a huge annexed to this report, Honorable Speaker, 37 projects which are ongoing as ongoing mini-grid projects under COSAP. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Mandera South, are you satisfied? Give him the mic.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Chair, the committee. The answer is largely satisfactory, but Honorable Speaker, I must say that the Kotulo sub-county in Mandera County has been without electricity for the last 4 weeks. It's only the last 2 days when the power has been restored. Therefore, the answer to question 1, that the power has been satisfactory throughout, is not entirely accurate. But for the last 2 days, the power has been restored, and I hope that power will continue sustained like that. On the answer to question 3, Honorable Speaker, is not satisfactory. While I appreciate the mentioning of the other projects which are going on in Mandera South, that specific question 3 was asking about fast-tracking connection of commissioned lines in Bojigarse, Kutayu, Lehele, and Harwale. But those lines, despite having been commissioned, and despite transformers being in place, lines being in place, and testings having been done, the lines have not been connected to the households. And that is the question I asked: when will these households be connected to power? And that question has not been answered. So I'll ask the committee to make a follow-up on that with the ministry and get us an accurate answer on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Before the majority leader makes his traditional Thursday statement, allow me to recognize the presence of Little Lambs School from my Napkoi constituency, Uasin Gishu County, who are seated in the public gallery. I must say that Little Lambs, my nephews went to that school. They are my neighbors also, and I just want to welcome all the students together with their teachers on behalf of the National Assembly and on behalf of my own behalf to the precincts of Parliament, and I hope I will have an opportunity to say hello before you leave. Welcome to Parliament. Thank you. Next, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44-2A, I rise to present the following statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met on Tuesday, 7th April 2026, to prioritize business for consideration during the week and the business coming before the House in the following week. As members are aware, this week the House considered and passed the Supplementary Appropriations Bill of 2026, and I wish to commend the leadership of this House, our committee chairs, and all the members for the dedication and cooperation exhibited in the consideration of this critical business this week. Honorable Speaker, with regard to business scheduled for Tuesday next week, the House is expected to continue with consideration of the following bills, should they not be concluded today. 1 is the Quality Health Care and Patient Safety Bill of 2025. 2 is the Kenya Judiciary Academy Bill of 2025. And 3, the Kenya Conservation and Management Bill of 2025. Honorable Speaker, the House will continue with the consideration of the following motions, should they not be concluded in the course of business today. Ukaguzi kwa asasi zisizo huru kikamilifu za Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki na ushoroba wa kati katika Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. 2 is reports of the Kenya delegation to the 147th, 148th, and 149th and 150th Assemblies of the Interparliamentary Union, IPU, and related meetings. 3 is consideration of the consolidated fund services under the supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-2026. 4 is the 5th report on the audited accounts of various state corporations, Western Region, for the financial years 2019-20, 2018-2019 to 2020-2021. 5 is the 7th report of the audited accounts of various state corporations for the financial years 2018-2019 to 2020-2021. 6 is inquiry into the pricing of tea in Kenya. 7 is the 10th report on the audited accounts of the National Government Constituency Development Fund for the financial years 2016-2017 to 2021-2022. And lastly, 8 is the 11th report on the audited accounts of the National Government Constituency Development Fund for the financial years 2016-2017 to 2021-2022. Honorable Speaker, the House Business Committee shall reconvene again on Tuesday, 14th April 2026 to schedule business for the rest of that week. And I now wish to lay this statement on the table of the House.
Thank you, Majority Leader. And now, honorable members, allow me to go back to order number 5. I think under papers, the Honorable Chairperson for the Health Committee, Honorable Nyikal, was not present. We'll give you an opportunity to prosecute that before we continue to
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, 9th April 2026. Report of the Departmental Committee on Health on its consideration of the Quality Healthcare and Patient Safety Bill, National Assembly Bill number 41 of 2025. Thank you.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 8, motion, consideration of the draft charter for the establishment of the Kenya Advanced Institute of Science and Technology. Question to be put.
Apologies, honorable members. I was trying to negotiate for someone to come to the chair so that I can go and say hello. So that I can go and say hello to the students from Uasin Gishu County. Honorable members, I now put the question that the House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the draft charter for the establishment of the Kenya Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, laid on the table of this House on Tuesday, 7th April 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 24(1) of the Universities Act Cap 2010, this House approves the award of the charter of the establishment of the Kenya Advanced Institute of Science and Technology. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Order number 9, the Strategic Goods Control Bill, National Assembly Bill number 15 of 2026, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the control of the trade in strategic goods, technology, and related services, to prevent the proliferation of nuclear, chemical, or biological weapons and their means of delivery, and for connected purposes. Order number 10, motion, consideration of the draft charter for the establishment of the Kenya Medical Research Institute.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move that this House approves the draft charter for the establishment of the Kenya Medical Research Institute in accordance with Section 24, subsection 1, paragraph A of the Universities Act, number 42 of 2012, which was tabled in the House.
Honorable member, kindly just move the motion as is in the order paper. So just read it as is in the order paper.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Majority Leader.
Sorry, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Majority Leader. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Committee of the Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the draft charter for the establishment of the Kenya Medical Research Institute, laid on the table of the House on the Tuesday, 7th April 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 24, subsection 1 of the Universities Act, Chapter 210 of 210, this House approves the award of their charter for the establishment of the Kenya Medical Research Institute. Honorable Speaker, the Committee on Delegated Legislation considered the charter in line with the Constitution, the Universities Act number 42 of 2012, the Interpretation and General Provisions Act, Chapter 2, the Statutory Instruments Act, Chapter 2A, and pursuant to Section 16 of the Statutory Instrument Act. The committee held a consultative meeting on Thursday, 2nd April 2026, with the Principal Secretary for the Higher Learning and Research and the Chairperson of the Kenya Medical Research Institute Board, and also the Commission for the University Education, before taking its final recommendation, or before making its final recommendation, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, the Charter seeks to establish KEMRI as a specialized degree awarding institution of strategic national importance, with a mandate to advance capacity building in highly specialized human health research and to strengthen the coordination, conduct, and promotion of health research in Kenya. This initiative, Honorable Speaker, is informed by the national priorities, including lessons from the COVID-19 pandemic, which underscored the need for enhanced local capacity for development and manufacture of vaccines, diagnostics, and biotherapeutics. It further aligns with the Kenya Kwanza initiative of strengthening local research, development, manufacturing, and commercialization of health technologies, which necessitates high-skilled biomedical workforce supported through specialized postgraduate training. Honorable Speaker, KEMRI exists, or KEMRI's existing capacity, including its internationally recognized clinical trials platform, has contributed to the development and licensing of key vaccines such as the malaria RTS vaccine, the cervical cancer Gardasil vaccine, and the pneumococcal conjugate vaccine. Additionally, the Institute has played a role in vaccine innovation, including work associated with the CHADOX platform that informed global COVID-19 vaccine development. Honorable Speaker, the establishment of KEMRI as a degree awarding institution followed a structured process. And on the 24th June 2025, the Cabinet Secretary declared KEMRI as an institution of strategic national importance, recognizing its critical role in biosecurity, biosurveillance, epidemic intelligence, and national health security, thereby approving its establishment. Honorable Speaker, subsequently, the Institute applied to the Commission for University Education for the conferment of a charter as a specialized degree awarding institution. And following a comprehensive accreditation process, stakeholder consultation, and a needs assessment study, the Commission for University Education confirmed that KEMRI met all prescribed requirements and recommended the word of the charter. The draft charter was therefore reviewed by the Office of the Attorney General and submitted to the Parliament approval in accordance with the Section 24, subsection 1, paragraph A of the Universities Act, number 42 of 2012. So, Honorable Speaker, in undertaking its scrutiny, the Committee on Delegated Legislation reviewed the draft charter and made the following observations. A, that the Cabinet Secretary, that the Cabinet at its fourth Cabinet meeting of 2025, held on the 24th June 2025, considered and approved the establishment of the Kenya Medical Research Institute as a specialized degree awarding institution on strategic national importance. B, that the draft charter was reviewed by the Office of the Attorney General and duly submitted to Parliament for approval in accordance with Section 24, subsection 1 of the Universities Act number 42 of 2012. C, that the Commission for University Education subjected the Institute to an accreditation process and confirmed that it had met all the minimum statutory and academic requirements prescribed by the Constitution, by the Commission. D, that the application for award of charter was informed by comprehensive needs assessment, study, and broader stakeholder consultations, including the ministries, the national and county governments entities, professional regulatory bodies, academic institutions, collaborators, and sector partners. E, that the proposed Kenya Medical Research Institute will offer specialized capacity building in human health research and strengthen Kenya's position in biomedical innovation. F, that the institute shall succeed the Kenya Medical Research Institute established under the Kenya Medical Research Institute Order 2021 and shall have its headquarters in Nairobi. And Honorable Speaker, the committee, having examined the draft charter against the Constitution, the Universities Act, and the Statutory Instruments Act, and also pursuant to the Standing Order 210 of the National Assembly, the committee recommends that this House approves the draft charter for establishment of the Kenya Medical Research Institute. The committee wishes to express its gratitude to the Office of the Speaker, the Office of the Clerk, for the unwavering support provided to the committee during the discharge of its oversight mandate. The committee also appreciates the commitment and dedication of the committee members and the technical team in consideration of the draft charter. Honorable Speaker, the summary speaks to what this KEMRI, Kenya Medical Research Institute, will be offering specialized research. Because what we normally have at the university currently is doctors are usually taught about diseases and how to treat diseases, or how to handle situations when they come by. But the issues of research has not been very keenly taken. Okay, most of the doctors also do research on their own, or when they are also pursuing their studies. But this institute will be for specialized research. And this will answer some of the questions that were being asked, including by Honorable Mudende yesterday, that the KAIST, the Kenya Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, was missing out on some of the areas of specialized research in medicine. And now KEMRI comes in handy to be able to take that space and to make sure that there is no gap in that area. And Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, research is an area that should be taken very seriously in this country. And I'm happy this government has a policy, and it has a policy to give enough money for research. In fact, there's a time we had a meeting with the peers for research. But of course, research is a very broad, actually it's an area that should have its own ministry because research cuts across all the ministries. But the current PS for research is domiciled mainly in agriculture. But research is not only in agriculture, we need to have enough resources in these areas so that there is research in the Ministry of Health, research in the Ministry of Agriculture, research in the Ministry of Health, across board. Actually, it's an area that needs support of this House, and Honorable Speaker, I urge members of this House to support the Committee on Delegated Registration in this motion. And with those many remarks, I also request the member for Kirigolis, Honorable Julius Unkuli, to second the motion. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Madam Speaker, in seconding this motion, I wish to say that as the Committee of Delegated Legislation, we have thoroughly examined this charter, and we found that it is in compliance with the law and the Constitution. I have the advantage of also being a member of the Health Committee. And as a member of Health Committee, I've interacted very closely with the KEMRI. The Kenya Medical Research Institute was established by a legal notice of 2021, and it operates as currently, that is the legal notice in force. It's the home of many professors, and most of them engage in research. And Madam Speaker, you will be surprised that, okay, we will be benchmarking against the top world universities in this area. And the leaders of these universities of research in the medical field are, of course, the first one being Harvard, the other one being Johns Hopkins University, and in Europe, Oxford, the old traditional universities, are leading. But when you look at it, Madam Speaker, most of the professors that you see in KEMRI are actually involved in research worldwide. Some of these universities are actually taking advantage of the fact that we are not funding our professors and utilizing them in doing the research in their countries. Now, Madam Speaker, KEMRI wants to become a university, and that is why we are presenting this charter before you. It is going to play a very important role in human research. Recently, our own KIPRE, the Kenya Institute of Primate Research, is being involved in the research on primates as they involve human beings. And as a result of that, we have had one strong achievement from KIPRE. That is the establishment, the innovation of snake venom, anti-snake venom, from our own Kenyan institute. Now, KEMRI is going to be involved in looking at the incidence of disease, the cause of disease, the way it is going to be handled, and the way I hope it can be prevented. Kenya, Madam Speaker, faces a number of challenges. For instance, HIV And I don't know, Madam Speaker, if this HIV disease was a deadly disease in the West, would it by now be having a cure? I don't understand, because HIV, of course, is a sexually transmitted disease to some extent, and the very permissive societies of Europe and America are not bothered by this disease. It is time that we actually have an institute that is checking to see why we do not have eventually a treatment for this. COVID came, attacked the West, and within a short time, there was a cure. Madam Speaker, or rather a vaccine. We need to look into, we need KEMRI to try and answer the problems that we to the problems that we have. But more importantly, Madam Speaker, the number of people who are dying in Kenya out of cancer is just unbearable. And I know that we have a Kenya, the Cancer Institute. And we are all looking for a way of trying to cure our cancer. But in reality, who is asking the question, what actually causes cancer? Because the moment we know what is causing cancer, then, Madam Speaker, we will be able to finish this disease. But for now, we are trying to find how to buy more machines, the LINAC machine, these other machines, but we are not getting to the issues of what is causing cancer. We hope that KEMRI will be able to answer these things, because now there'll be more professors involved in research. There is the other disease of brucellosis, which affects many of our pastoralist people. What actually causes brucellosis? These are just examples of the diseases that eventually we need to get into, together with other non-communicable diseases. A good research university, Madam Speaker, must be well-funded. It must be endowed with resources to be able to enable it to do its job. And we hope that KEMRI will now be funded properly. It must strive to be of good academic repute in order for it to be a good university of research. And it must be able to answer to the needs of our society. Madam Speaker, I beg to second.
Honorable members, allow me to propose the question that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the draft charter for the establishment of the Kenya Medical Research Institute, laid in the table of this House on Tuesday, 7th April 2026. And pursuant to the provisions of sections 24(1) and of the Universities Act Cap 210, this House approves the award of the award of charter for the establishment of the Kenya Medical Research Institute. Members who want to contribute to this, please press the intervention button so that I can. Those who are on the intervention button and don't want to contribute, then I will pull out your cards on the intervention if you're not contributing. Okay. Okay. I can see the Honorable Gashobe. I think you're already the one who... Honorable Martin Owino. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And from the onset, I want to thank the Committee on Delegation of Legislation, my friend. And I'm really happy that this has come to the floor. The Speaker, Madam Speaker, as a member of Health Committee, I'm really thrilled that when this motion passes, all will be done that KEMRI can surpass what it is now. That is currently operating under legal notice 35/2021. It's beyond that. What this will do, Madam Speaker, is to formalize institutions' power to enhance operations and functions. Madam Speaker, for us to achieve the UHC in this country, the power of preventive medicine is paramount. And also, early detection of diseases and the power to advance treatment, early treatment, is very important. We can all recall that during the COVID-19, KEMRI became the first institution in the region to come up with the measures of detection and also a way to manage the conditions. Madam Speaker, this motion will enable us to get this institution to be an autonomous. It's also going to enhance the mandate and become the statutory entity that we can do more business across the world. Accordingly, coordinating and promoting human research will be enhanced. All of us can remember the power which KEMRI put into herbal medicine. With this new status, the safety and the efficacy and the quality of practice of that herbal medicine will be enhanced through human research and others. But what is more important to me in this new status, Madam Speaker, is that as an institution, he has been mentoring many, many researchers. But because it did not have that capacity to propel them to the PhD status, we have been losing human resource for health to other institutions. And as they say, that whoever pays the piper calls the tune, we have been losing even our products of innovation to those who fund this research. So with this motion, that it gets to elevated to a charter status, KEMRI will have intellectual property, meaning that we can control the ownership of innovations that comes from this institution. We can also create our own biobanks, that is the human tissue, blood, and genetic materials. But above all, we can also regulate powers of medical innovation and products that come out of it. Honorable Member Chunkuli said, at least we can put our institution to a status. Like this was special research. It's very important. But we should also consider how to empower them monetarily, that they may be able to run their affairs with ease. As it stands, which of course this motion will propel KEMRI to surpass, they depend on donors. Not only on researchers, but even on the research materials and where they should go with that research. So when this is said and done, we should also fund this institution to be autonomous and to operate on its own. Madam Speaker, this is very important, and I congratulate again the Committee on Delegation Legislation and say, let us all rally behind this motion and pass it as quickly as possible. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. Member for Seme.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. Madam Speaker, I rise to support the report of the committee on the consideration for a draft charter for the establishment of Kenya Medical Research Institute as a degree awarding institution. Madam Speaker, the link between research and universities is universal. In reality, we may not realize, in reality, many may not agree that the first mandate of a university is actually research. So that the awarding of degrees is key. The training of students towards the awarding of degrees is actually secondary. That is basically just passing on the knowledge. What universities should do first, do research, get new knowledge, so that we know how the universe works. And at the highest level, you actually award PhDs and postdoctoral degrees. And that's what universities do. If you look at what KEMRI is doing now, KEMRI is actually at the higher level. The mandate of KEMRI is medical research. And the medical research that KEMRI does very many times involve high-level research, which is part of training, so that many people train while they're doing research at KEMRI and get PhDs, get postdoctoral qualifications. But KEMRI cannot award them degrees because it does not have the charter. So they have to look for other universities to award the degrees while the training has actually been done at KEMRI. And that's, as members have said, then those universities actually get a claim to work that they actually didn't do. They merely awarded the degrees. Therefore, I support that we now give KEMRI the charter to award degrees to those who have been trained while doing research in that institution. The other advantage of this, Madam Speaker, is that when you do research in your own institutions, funded by your own institutions, you are most likely to do research on problems of our country, the problems of your region. Because as somebody said, he who pays the piper calls the tune. So if you do research that has been funded from outside, well, then you do research on what they want. The research questions is to solve problems of the people who fund the research. Therefore, we want to fund our research so that the research questions solve our problems. And that is why, Madam Speaker, I support that when this work has been done in our institution, the degree should also be awarded by KEMRI, the same institution. We are actually developing as a country to a level where we actually need to produce our own products, health products. Right now, KEMRI is actually involved in research on vaccines, and we are establishing an institution to produce vaccines, BioVax. So how can it be that the institution that does the research, which we use to produce our own vaccines, cannot award the degrees that lead to the same research? Therefore, I support that we actually give this charter. But I want to sound a warning. Once we make it a university at that level, it must remain at that higher level of PhD, postdoctoral, and above. If we bring it down, maybe because it's not properly funded and taking students to get funds, and it starts to be an ordinary university, KEMRI will lose the advantage that it has. So we keep it at that, fund it, and postdoctoral research and above, and those are the degrees that it gives. With that, Madam Speaker, I support.
Member for Tetu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. And I also rise to support this proposal to grant the Kenya Medical Research Institute its own charter to be able to offer degrees, graduate degrees. Madam Speaker, I would actually suggest that it should be renamed KEMRI University of Health Sciences, so that it's very, very clear and very distinct what it stands for. And this can be modeled along what AMREF have done, where they have now their AMREF Health University. But the name is not important, Madam Speaker. The more important thing is that as a country, we need to start doing our own research and developing our own products. The COVID epidemic taught us a very painful lesson. something called vaccine nationalism. And those who remember, the Americans had to keep enough vaccines for themselves before they would start donating to African countries. And actually, we waited quite a long time. And I remember us celebrating that even we had a cabinet secretary going to receive COVID vaccines at the airport because it was a life and death matter. Simply because the research and the vaccine production was owned by someone else. KEMRI has been in existence for long, a fairly quiet institution, and the only time we heard about it was when one Dr. David Koech, may God rest his soul in eternal peace, produced the famous KEMRI, which was touted as a very effective drug for HIV. We have never known the real truth about KEMRI. Some people say it was sabotaged by multinationals. Others believe Koech was not really a researcher, but maybe some form of person trying to profit here from this. But whichever way, it is important that as a country, we develop these capabilities. Currently, KEMRI, the major players there include Wellcome Trust and people like America CDC, who basically do a lot of research using our own people and using our population as test cases. But that research is then carried away, and it is used in other countries to produce the actual products. And we end up getting into the same cycle, where Africa is just a consumer of research as opposed to a beneficiary of its own research. Madam Speaker, we also have very unique problems that maybe require our own very, very focused research. We are still battling with HIV. We are battling with cancer. We are battling with other non-communicable diseases, which are very, very unique to our situation. So being able to do our own research and be able to domicile our own doctors in areas such as epidemiology, things like biomedical sciences, public health, genomics, which are the areas I would suggest that KEMRI, the university focuses on, will be very important. Just like my colleagues have said, we have to reduce reliance on foreign funding of these institutions. So it is very important that this House, as we accredit this university, we also give it sufficient funding. Otherwise, we'll be at the mercy of foreigners who fund our own research, cut it away, produce actual products from it, and then ship back into our country. Again, I support that this university should focus on postgraduate courses only, because the next thing we hear is that we have KEMRI School of Nursing, so it starts competing with KMTC, it starts competing with the other universities. We want to ensure that the college is very well anchored to deal just with the real issues that it has been created to do. So this will also assist us, Madam Speaker, to retain top scientists globally, because right now some of our big researchers are in American universities and other places. We'll be able to have a place whereby our top practitioners can feel they have a home in Cambridge. So I rise to support, and actually we should go ahead and do this. And this coming after what we had yesterday, Madam Speaker, about KAIST is music to my ears. This is how, as a country, we are going to move forward. Not wheelbarrows and oranges, it is through these sort of practical institutions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Runyenjes, you on a point of order?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I rise under the Standing Order 95. Now that honorable members seem to have really contributed to this, can now the mover be called upon to reply?
I have heard you, honorable member, but allow me that we indulge just 3 members, but take 3 minutes only. Member for Makueni, take 3 minutes. Member for Moyale, take 3 minutes. Then member for Kajiado South. Then we'll close it. Member for Makueni, Susan Kiamba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would also like to support this proposal as quite progressive, bearing in mind the fact that this institution will fill a capacity gap in an area where we don't have that capacity. Because I don't think currently we have an institution specialized on issues of human development sciences. And I think having such an institution will add value in this particular country, so that anybody who wants to study in this area, instead of going outside and having capital flight, will now have people specialized and trained in this country. So I think this is actually very value adding, and I think we should actually support it. Additionally, we realize that in the past, there are so many researches that have been done in this particular country. These have tended to be very extractive, whereby they use our people, they do the research, and they mainly also answer mainly their questions, not our questions. And I think once we have an institution of this nature on the area of human science, it will answer our key questions, matters health, and by so doing will actually be very, 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 very innovative. Also, Honorable Speaker, you realize that innovation is becoming business. When we as a country rely on innovations by other people, we are also losing out. So by having an institution of this nature, we will actively participate in the international discourse on matters health by this particular institution giving us that opportunity. And Honorable Speaker, I think it will also be value adding to KEMRI now that they are doing a lot of research. Such a university will give them synergy and make them even more productive, and as a result, as Kenyans will also actually benefit. We are not forgetting the likelihood of opportunities, employment opportunities, that we are likely to enjoy after this institution comes into fruition, because they will employ people at all cadres, and this is an area where we have a big gap as a country. So I think this is a proposal that should actually be highly supported. I also think having an opportunity of this nature will give us great synergy as a country, because many other outsiders in terms of networking and linkages will now become participants in international affairs, matters health. And I think this will actually give us a great opportunity to also learn from others. So with those few remarks, I support this proposal, Honorable Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Very well. Member for Moyale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to support the award of the Charter for the establishment of Kenya Medical Research Institute. Madam Speaker, given the chance, the Charter will enhance advanced scientific research that is conducted by the Kenyan people, scientists. And when it's done so, it will help in the advancement of humanity and improve the health of human beings. Madam Speaker, through the Institute, we shall have enhanced North-South collaboration, actually conduct more. We are doing now, currently, we're partnering CDC with CDC and many other international organizations. But when it has its own charter, it will give people postgraduate training, both in master's and PhD and postdoctorate, and that way enhance the visibility. Currently, if you look at the Kenya, in Africa, University of Nairobi is number 950, around 950, and number one in Kenya. But if KEMRI does its own research and award its own degrees, and they conduct their research, it will increase the visibility of the institute. And it will attract other people from other parts of the world to come and struggle to fight, to compete with other scientists. And that way, we shall have helped the nation, we'll have helped the education, and it will actually increase competitiveness among the other training institutions. So with those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I support the award of the charter to the KEMRI Institute.
Very well. I cannot see Honorable Parashina. Is he in the house? Oh, you're seated on the other side.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Take 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also stand to support the elevation of KEMRI to become an university. Madam Speaker, this is a strategic investment for future. Many countries in the world have been able to to bridge the gap between research and training by establishing an university. Madam Speaker, as I stand to support, we need also to check the preparedness of future health pandemics. See, when we saw the issue of COVID that affected this country, it got our country not having institution that can able to do research or having that to do research and training that forced us even to bring experts from outside. And Madam Speaker, as we are going to check on the condition or compliance of the Higher Commission of University Education, we need, Madam Speaker, to check on the issue of healthcare innovation. Healthcare innovation cannot be achieved if at all we are not able to do research and training together. So, Madam Speaker, I totally support the establishment or the elevation of KEMRI to a university. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Sorry, mover, member, chair, vice chairperson, committee on delegated, kindly reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to reply by thanking all the members for overwhelmingly supporting this motion. And we are hopeful that very soon this charter or this university will be a reality. And I can see the direction that this country is taking into promoting research. We are really headed to Singapore. A journey of 1,000 steps starts with one step. And I believe this is the right direction towards achieving. And Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply.
Other members, honorable members, I therefore put the question that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the draft charter for the establishment of the Kenya Medical Research Institute laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 7th April 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 24(1) of the Universities Act Cap 210, this House approves the award of charter for the establishment of Kenya Medical Research Institute. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable members, we are going to reorder the order paper so that from here we proceed and deal with order number 12.
Order number 12, motion, consideration of defense cooperation agreements.
Chairperson, Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Affairs Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that, taking into consideration the findings of the Parliamentary Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations in its report on the consideration of the ratification of the 5 defense cooperation agreements between the government of the Republic of Kenya and the government of the French Republic, the Czech Republic, the People's Republic of China, the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, and the Republic of Zimbabwe, laid on the table of the House and pursuant to Section 8 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2022, this House adopts a report and approves the ratification of the agreements with the reservations that the committee did enlist in the exercise of its mandate under Standing Order 216 and Treaty Making and Ratification Act. The committee undertook a comprehensive review of the agreements. My committee was guided by the Constitution and particularly Article 118 on the public participation and ensured that the stakeholders were duly consulted. Honorable members, you will note that this is the first time ordinarily public participation on defense cooperation agreements are done, but this is the first time that we invited key stakeholders so that they become part and parcel of our report as a committee. To this end, the committee invited submissions and key institutions, including the Ministry of Defense, the State Department for Foreign Affairs, the State Department for Internal Security and National Administration, the Office of the Attorney General, the National Environment Management Authority, the Kenya Wildlife Service, the Kenya Revenue Authority, and the Kenya Law Reform Commission, and finally the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. Honorable Speaker, globally, defense cooperation agreements have increasingly become the principal framework for formal military collaboration, encompassing a broad range of areas including training, intelligence sharing, research and development, joint exercises, and defense technology cooperation. Most significantly, these agreements are continually evolving to address emerging and complex security domains, such as cybersecurity, integrated intelligence systems, and maritime security, thereby aligning with the shifting dynamics and sophistication of contemporary global threats. Honorable Speaker, in this report, the committee made the following key observations on the agreements. Number one, on strategic value. The agreements collectively enhance Kenya's defense capabilities through partnership with technology and advanced regional significant states, thereby strengthening Kenya's role in regional and global security architecture. On scope of cooperation, all 5 agreements provide for cooperation with critical areas, including training, intelligence sharing, counterterrorism, peace support, operations, and defense and research development. On safeguards, the agreement consistently provides that visiting forces shall respect the laws of the host nation and shall not engage in combat or internal security operations unless expressly agreed. Honorable Speaker, let me just highlight on this point of visiting troops. And the House is still alive to the Batuk issues. This House and Committee on Defense and Intelligence Committee, the reservations that we had on Batuk, particularly on the areas where visiting troops in terms of areas that we think sometimes as a society we are uncomfortable with, particularly on human rights abuses, and where reservations by the committee have been given, the Ministry of Defense further did not actually sign the Defense Cooperation Agreement with the UK. And as it is now, because of the reservations that this House gave, there is still a lot of talk behind the scene on how certain areas where Parliament considered were very prudent, addressed before we can actualize the DCA, can be considered. The reservations of this House have formed the basis of quietly rejecting a DCA if they do not adhere to what Parliament has recommended. And that is why on the areas of, and like I said, all 5 agreements agreements consider provide visiting troops shall respect the laws of the host nation and shall not engage in combat or internal security operations unless expressly agreed. That is a very, very important point that the committee did raise. On institutional frameworks, each agreement establishes joint committees on working groups to oversee implementation, ensuring structured coordination and accountability. Honorable Speaker, notwithstanding the strength, the committee identified critical gaps that inform the reservations, and I would like to highlight these critical gaps. Number one is lack of standardization. The agreements do not follow a uniform template, leading to inconsistencies in key provisions, such as jurisdiction, environmental safeguards, and community protection. So different countries have different ways of engaging on a defense cooperation agreement. And as a committee, we thought it would be good if it was standardized. We have a template that now highlights on specific areas that we can cooperate on, so that as we do, as the Ministry of Defense engage on signing defense cooperation agreements, there's a template that is followed that touches on how to safeguard the environment, human rights safeguard, and all the other safeguards that we feel as a country should be considered and have not been considered on the DCAs. On matters of jurisdictional concerns, Honorable Speaker, variations exist in how criminal jurisdiction over visiting forces is addressed, raising concerns regarding legal clarity and enforcement. This we saw in the UK-Kenya Defence Cooperation Agreement, where it is still an issue to have jurisdiction. Our point as a committee is that visiting troops, when they commit crime, and we've highlighted the crimes that if they commit in the host country, they should be tried by the host country. For instance, murder. There is no way that we can have runaway murder on visiting troops and they have committed murder on our soil. The law should be that they should be tried in the country. And that is a matter that is a committee we raised as part of the reservation. It is already a reservation that we have with the UK. It is a reservation we've raised on all the 5 countries that have signed this DCA with Kenya that are here. On the issue of environment and community protection, you will remember with Batuk, and I know we are dealing with other countries here, but we've used Batuk as a benchmark now on doing DCAs. You'll remember on Batuk that we have very serious issues. A young man called Sasura who was killed by an exploded ordnance. There are issues of environment, use of accusations of white phosphorus, of a banned substance, rather a restricted substance. That has huge damage to human life and animals. We have also highlighted on how they should be training the ecosystem. Many wildlife are subjected, because of explosions, are either subjected to abortion, moved from their ecosystem, yet there are no proper guidelines on how they can operate within such ecosystems. So the committee's recommendation is that even as they do training, and when they visit the country, there should be very specific areas of where they should train. You cannot be training anywhere. You cannot be training on where animals are. It should not be allowed. So on issues of environment, some agreements do not, we noted, adequately provide for protection of local communities and environmental safeguards during defense activities. Stakeholder consultation. Honorable Speaker, you will note that it is not a legal requirement that they consult the Ministry of Defense, but the committee noted that for more structured and early agreement of relevant stakeholder negotiations of such agreements. Honorable Speaker, the most important factor emerging from this report is that while these defense cooperation agreements are strategically necessary and aligned with Kenya's national interests, they require stronger legal safeguards, standardization, and oversight mechanisms to fully protect Kenya's sovereignty and public interest. I would like to conclude, Honorable Speaker, and the committee then is satisfied. And just to point out that defense cooperation agreements are extremely important. Countries and the dynamism of our politics, our security as a globe keep changing. And I think having several defense cooperation with different countries just helps in making the world a better space. So in conclusion, the committee is satisfied the agreements will significantly strengthen Kenya's defense cooperation, enhance capacity building, and deepen regional security engagement. However, Honorable Speaker, in safeguarding national interests, the committee recommends that the House approves the ratification of the agreements, subject to the reservations outlined in this particular with regard to the need for, number one. So we have raised very serious reservations, but we have nonetheless said we approve with these reservations. Number one, standardized defense cooperation agreement framework to provide uniform template incorporating provisions aligned with the best interests of the Republic of Kenya and to prevent inconsistencies across different agreements. Number two, clearly defined jurisdiction provisions to eliminate ambiguity and ensure proper legal authority over personnel, operations, and any disputes arising under the agreement. Number three, robust environmental and community protection clauses to ensure that standardized agreements include mandatory provisions on environmental community protection and the designation of training areas, like I had mentioned earlier. we have to designate training areas so that training is not just anywhere, anyhow, and anytime. Enhanced stakeholder consultation mechanism to facilitate the involvement of key stakeholders at the pre-negotiation stage, thereby leveraging the expertise and promoting inclusivity and process. Honorable Speaker, we noticed that when we invited the different stakeholders, there's a lot of value, there's a lot of input from all these stakeholders that just makes DCA better. It is not a requirement, but I think going forward, we've requested that the Ministry of Defense should be engaging the stakeholders to have a perfect defense cooperation agreement with the countries that we sign our DCAs with. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move. I now want to respectfully invite the very able Honorable Wanjira Martha Wangari, a member for the Department Committee of Intelligence and Foreign Relations, to second this motion. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to our able chairman on that very eloquent moving of these different DCAs or Defense Cooperation Agreements between the Republic of Kenya and the French Republic, the Czech Republic, the People's Republic of China, and the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia and Zimbabwe. And from the onset, Madam Speaker, I want to join my chair in thanking the committee, and I think the whole process this time has been different for one reason, that despite that the Ministry of Defense is not by law required to engage with the other ministries, we saw and were able to bring them on the table to be able to be insightful and to add to the value of these DCAs. The reason we involved these stakeholders, Madam Speaker, is because they are the ones that are the line ministries. And Madam Speaker, we were able to meet quite a number, and we were able to meet even departmental heads from KWS, that is Kenya Wildlife Service. We met NEMA because of the environmental issues. We were able to meet with the Ministry of Interior. We were able to meet even with the human rights body that is the Kenya National Human Rights Commission, and we were able to listen and see their views. And one thing that stood out when we did this very strategic engagement is that there was need for more consultation in ensuring that we enrich these DCAs before they are actually implemented. And Madam Speaker, these DCAs are to help Kenya's strategic positioning. And Madam Speaker, we are living in a very dynamic and competitive security environment that is changing every day. And so we have to actually align, and this is not the first time we are doing it, but it's the first time, Madam Speaker, we are able to actually do proper public participation as regarded under Article 118 of our Constitution. Madam Speaker, something else that stood out is that maybe in future, this House may also be able to look at the Treaty-Making Ratification Act and our standing order so that Parliament does not only become a conveyor belt, because what I feel from many members is that we are not able to really make amendments at this point because these are internationally negotiated instruments. They have gone through a process, some taking even years to get to where they are. And so Parliament is at the tail end. And that is why we are only given very limited options in terms we either pass it, we either reject it, or we pass it with reservations. But Madam Speaker, the one thing I would say that this committee has done since last time, because I sat there and I still sit there today, is that we have increased the oversight as per our mandate so that we follow up. And Madam Speaker, it is also very important to note that this is a committee that has actually committed an inquiry that ran almost 1 year, Madam Speaker, to find out on the issues that came under the murder and after the murder of Agnes Wanjiru in Batuk, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, from that experience, that is why we were able to engage these stakeholders to ensure that we have done a better job. Even as we pass this, Madam Speaker, we also record the reservations, and not only just recording the reservation, it will be the job of not only this committee, but also the House to follow up on the oversight. Madam Speaker, the other issue that came out was that the ministry does not have a standard template for the DCAs. So you'll find, like, if you ask me the DCA between Ethiopia, even as we deal with reservations, it was one of the best. they had actually isolated issues that we had raised in Batuk. And they had said if a soldier or any person commits any crime in the host country, they are tried under the host country. Because what we saw with Agnes Wanjiru's murder is the extradition before any consequences was faced to the person who was responsible. So, Madam Speaker, there is a need to have this structural engagement. Let us have this non-negotiable and bare minimums put in every DCA that we actually pass as this committee, and as this house and as a country. Madam Speaker, if you look at French, we have been very clear, and we said the reservations as a committee is that any offense that does not fall under provisions of 13.2 above should be subject to the primary right of the host nation. And for avoidance of doubt, Madam Speaker, the following offenses are not considered offenses arising of an act of omission in the course of official duty. Some of these matters, Madam Speaker, is murder, sexual offenses, anything to do with SGBV should be tried in the host nation. Matters to do with torture and cruelty should be dealt in the host nation. Matters to do with slavery, matters to do with offenses against a host nation security. All these matters, Madam Speaker, cuts across of all these 5 DCAs. It is only Ethiopia that had not had this problem, Madam Speaker. If you look again with the French, we were very clear in terms of community relations that the personnel of the visiting forces shall respect the traditions, shall respect the customs and cultures of their local communities. And Madam Speaker, this also extends to the environmental issues, and that now was also brought by the Kenya Wildlife Services. The issue of the fires that we've seen in Oldaiga, in Batuk's operation, are not repeated. So we have also said, the other reservation we have, every DCA must have an environmental protection clause. And this, Madam Speaker, should be applied to all the DCAs. Any DCA coming to the committee and to the House should have at least all the definitions, those are the preliminaries, have the exemption of the criminal issues that are not in the course of duty, have the issues of community relations so that we also take the community with us, and also have environmental protection. Madam Speaker, the other issue that we talked to, especially with the French, is the provision of training areas. As a committee, we felt it should be very clear that it must be gazetted to be the training area. And this, Madam Speaker, was also to provide that the host country can be able to do any inspection they wish at the time they wish to do. And that is why we said, even in Lodaiga, in Laikipia, Madam Speaker, we should have had NEMA having access in case there are issues to be able to raise. Madam Speaker, the issue of joint committees cuts across all the 5 DCAs, but the concern of the committee was that the membership needs to also include the community and include those state departments that are responsible in terms of those issues that are that are being discussed. Madam Speaker, finally, I want to say that this committee, with these extensive deliberations, however, put it to the Minister of Defense, who we also met, that they must have a template. Secondly, in the whole government approach, they must involve the line ministries in the negotiations. That way, they don't complain that they didn't know what was being done. And if we do that, Madam Speaker, it will be neater, it will be tidier, and the oversight of this House will be even easier and be able to be accountable to the people of the country. I thank you, Madam Speaker, and I second.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations on the consideration of the Defense Cooperation Agreements laid on the table of this House on Thursday, 2nd April 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8.4 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act, Cap 4D, approves the ratification of the following Defense Cooperation Agreements. 1. Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Kenya and the Government of the French Republic, subject to the reservations on Article 9.5, 13.3, and inclusion of the new articles on the community relations and environmental protection and training areas. 2. Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Kenya and the Government of the Czech Republic, subject to the reservations on Article 14 and inclusion of the new provision on jurisdiction. 3. Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Kenya and the government of the People's Republic of China, subject to the reservations on Articles 10.2.2 and inclusion of the new provision on training areas. 4, agreement between the government of the Republic of Kenya and the government of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, subject to the reservations on Article 11. And finally, 5, agreement between the government of the Republic of Kenya and the government of the Republic of Zimbabwe, subject to the reservations on Article 11.5 and inclusion of the new articles on environmental protection and training areas. Majority Leader, you'd like to contribute?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me if I could just, in relation to what Honorable Rindikiri was asking, to ask you that we have, all of us, 3 minutes on this because it's a rather straightforward matter. And even myself, I'll just take 2 minutes. If it's agreeable with you, Honorable Speaker.
Okay. Let's proceed, Honorable Ounda.
Honorable Speaker, mine is to support this defense agreement. Honorable Speaker, there are 5 very strategic defense agreements with the Czech Republic, China, Ethiopia, Zimbabwe, and the French Republic. Honorable Speaker, I say strategic because many of them are not just dealing with the normal training, the traditional training. Some are dealing with cyber security. For instance, if you look at the one with Zimbabwe, it deals with cyber security. There are those like the France one that are dealing with marine surveillance and space, Honorable Speaker, and these are new areas that we need to also share knowledge in and skills, and therefore they will be very instrumental in the development of our security systems and defense system in the country, enhancing the capability of both our defense forces and those of the partner countries, whether it is France or Zimbabwe or Ethiopia. Honorable Speaker, also the one with Ethiopia particularly, Honorable Speaker, will help us to deal with the security issues along the Marsabit-Moyale border and also the road from Moyale coming into Isiolo. You know, we have had challenges of proliferation of drugs, and especially hard drugs coming all the way to Isiolo and parts of Nanyuki. And therefore, this agreement also touches on issues that will touch on that border from Marsabit to Moyale, and also help us to counter with the spillover of Al-Shabaab threats across the Ethiopian border, and reinforces our commitment to the IGAD framework and our collective regional stability. Honorable Speaker, I also support this agreement because the reservations that the chair and the mover and the second Honorable Angari have spoken to speaks to some of the pertinent issues that have been problems to many of us and many Kenyans in relation to the defense cooperation agreements. And the case in point is the issue of the polluter pays principle, that if anyone pollutes our environment, whether you are training or in the disposal of firearms or other weaponry or other equipment and gear that you're using, then you pay for it, Honorable Speaker. And this being a non-negotiable thing in this agreement is indeed very commendable, and I want to thank the committee and support them. Honorable Speaker, you remember the issue of the Batuk incident with Agnes Wanjiru, and this also is being addressed, and I must thank the committee for being very sensitive to the plight of Kenyans in the areas where these forces will be training or in the communities that they're engaging in, and also the protection of our wildlife, conservation of our conservancies, Honorable Speaker, where many of these officers come to train in. Honorable Speaker, also the issues that touch on customs, VAT exemptions for allied forces. And indeed, I want to agree with the committee in their report that we need to have a clear definition of who are our allied forces, so that we do not have a blanket exemption on customs or even VAT for things that are coming into the country without paying duty, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, with those very few remarks, allow me to thank the committee for the good work that they put in, because they have really demonstrated in their report that they put in their minds and their effort in ensuring that our our interest as a country come foremost ahead of anything else, whether it is on matters pollution, whether it is on matters taxation, Honorable Speaker, or the defense of the people of Kenya, that if you commit a crime within the Kenyan jurisdiction, you will be tried on Kenyan soil, so that the issues we saw with Agnes Wanjiru never comes again. With that, I support.
Thank you. Honorable members, I think we had agreed that we'll be 3 minutes each, and we have 3 people who had raised their hands. Honorable Owundo, then you'll be followed by Honorable Passaris, then Honorable Samsam, then we can ask the mover to reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to also support the report by the Committee of Delegated Legislation, Foreign Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Affairs on Defense Cooperation Agreements. Honorable Speaker, it's gratifying to find that the government has found it fit to bring these agreements to the National Assembly for ratification. Many times, you'd find the relevant ministries and state ministries precede and sign those agreements without regard to the people of Kenya, and noting the importance of defense cooperation agreement, this is a positive step that we must clearly embrace as a country and as a parliament. I'm also gratified that the committee has had the courage to raise areas of reservations, and I hope and do believe the final documents are going to be signed, will be signed having put into place or considered those reservations. Honorable Speaker, these defense cooperations are important, extremely important for purposes of security of the country and also for purposes of support in the event of any other kind of thing. But Honorable Speaker, we must always guard and put the interests of the people of Kenya as first priority and the interests of foreigners secondary to our interest. What has always happened in Laikipia under the Batuk arrangement is an eye-opener that any future defense cooperations must be ring-fenced or must be insulated against any human rights abuse all over this country. Honorable Speaker, I can see here we are signing a defense agreement with Ethiopia, and many of us know that Ethiopia has always been at times an aggressive enemy where the fighters or militias based in Ethiopia have crossed over the border and caused mayhem, killed and stolen livestock in the part of Kenya. We do hope this agreement will stem and stop this kind of aggression so that we can live in peace as good neighbors. With those remarks, I support Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Member for Mombasa.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi niweze kuunga mkono kamati ambayo imeshughulikia ripoti hii ya kuweza kuleta mambo ya usalama ambayo imesainiwa na France, Kenya na Czech, na naona taifa gani lingine la tatu hapa, nimeona na Zimbabwe pia Mheshimiwa Spika, na Ethiopia. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nataka kwanza, kwa sababu nimesoma, nimeona kuwa ni mambo ya training ya mambo ya usalama. Ni kweli pia wanajeshi wetu ama vitengo vyetu vya usalama vikipata training ya vifaa tofauti na kuelewa namna ya kuvitumia, inakuwa uzuri sana, wanajitayarisha katika pale maisha mbeleni, hatuwezi kujua kitu gani chaweza kutokea Mheshimiwa Spika. Lakini pia nimeona kuwa sheria imezingatiwa vizuri kuangalia kwa masuala ya mazingara, na ikiwa hao wanaokuja wanaweza wakavunja sheria, Mheshimiwa Spika, vitengo hivyo vimeangaliwa kuwa hatua gani itakayochukuliwa, kwa sababu tumeona wengi wamekuja hapa Kenya na nchi zingine Mheshimiwa Spika, tukapata cases nyingi ambazo za utovu wa nidhamu, mambo mengi ambao wameyafanya mabaya, na siwezi kutaka kuona kuwa pengine kama Mombasa, ikiwa watakuwa kwa kule, nianze kupata cases ambazo sizo kutokana na hawa wanajeshi ambao watakuja kutoa mafunzo katika vitengo vyetu vya usalama Mheshimiwa Spika. Lakini pia Mheshimiwa Spika, tukiangalia katika mipaka yetu mambo mengi yamekuwa yakitokea. Hawa wenzetu ambao wa Kenya hawatoshelezi kuweza kuangalia hivyo vitu, kwa sababu wanahitaji intelligence, wanahitaji masomo ya hali ya juu kuweza kupambana na vitu hivi Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo kama hawa watakuja kuwapatia mafunzo mazuri, kutumia vifaa vipya, kuangalia mambo ya cyber bullying na cyber crime Mheshimiwa Spika, mengi tumekuwa tukipeleka cases, lakini vile ya uchunguzi inachukua muda kwa sababu hawajakuwa na uelevu zaidi. Kwa hiyo mimi napongeza juhudi hizi, ila nasema wakija waje wakijua tuna sheria ya Kenya, wakae na sisi kwa amani na kuangalia nidhamu za taifa la Kenya. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Asante mbunge wa Kajiado. Mheshimiwa Parashina, not on this. Mbunge wa Geshogo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me also echo my colleagues in supporting the Committee on Defense for this report. Honorable Speaker, as you've highlighted in your contribution, I think it's the high time we amend the relevant act to enable Parliament also to be participating during the negotiations, so that at least if there are any amendments that need to be done before the treaty is signed, at least Parliament has a say. And of course, after ratification, I will implore this Parliament that we invest or we put enough resources for purposes of oversight, because some of these agreements are also domiciled, the implementation may also be domiciled outside this country. And sometimes because of the limited resources, we may not be able to follow up and see how Kenyans are benefiting from these agreements. For example, I've participated in approval of the Kenya-UK trade agreement in the last Parliament, the Kenya-EU agreement, and also recently the Kenya-UAE SEPA agreement. And sometimes we may not have a good track on how the Kenyans are benefiting out of this. And on this matter of security, Honorable Speaker, I support that all people who have operations within this country must be answerable to the laws of the land whenever they commit crimes against Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I support.
Finally, Honorable Esther Passaris.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Madam Speaker, I rise to support the ratification of the Defense Cooperation Agreement as tabled by the chairperson of the Departmental Committee of Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations between Kenya and the government of France, the French Republic, the Czech Republic, the People's Republic of China, the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, and the Republic of Zimbabwe. Madam Speaker, I commend the committee for identifying the critical gaps that inform the reservations contained in the report. First, on the lack of standardization. The committee observed that the agreements do not follow the uniform template, leading to inconsistencies in key provisions such as jurisdiction, environmental safeguards, and community protection. The move to develop a standardized template is therefore important so that all defense cooperation agreements Kenya enters into adhere to minimum safeguards, including the protection of human rights, environmental standards, and the clarity of operational limits for visiting forces. Second, on jurisdiction concern, variations exist on how criminal jurisdiction over visiting forces is addressed, creating legal uncertainty. The House must be clear that crimes committed on Kenyan soil must be subject to Kenyan law. Serious offenses, including loss of life, cannot be handled outside our jurisdiction. On sovereignty and justice for victims require legal clarity within these agreements. Third, on environmental community protection, defense cooperation must not compromise ecosystems, wildlife, and local communities. Training areas must be clearly designated, environmental safeguards, enforced and accountability mechanisms put in place to prevent harm to communities and biodiversity. Finally, on stakeholder consultation, the committee emphasized the need for structured and early engagement of relevant institutions during negotiations. This strengthens transparency and ensures the agreements reflect national interest. These defense cooperation agreements strengthen Kenya's security partnerships, while the reservations ensure protection of the sovereignty, communities, and environment. With those remarks, I support.
Very well. I'll indulge member for Navaholo to close.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, allow me to first and foremost congratulate the chair and appreciate the input he has made, and also your own input, Honorable Chair, as a member of the committee. It's very encouraging, Honorable Speaker, when I saw you speaking, and it actually spoke to the reality. You, the Chair, you have said the best based on the issues that happened in Batuk. Honorable Speaker, I happen to have been, in my earlier life, have traded with Batuk. And Honorable Speaker, going into the camp of Batuk was like actually getting a license or a permit or a visa to go to UK. Now with what you've done, Honorable Speaker, that at least the host country can indulge, can go into the military installation of a serving country, Honorable Speaker, is a good thing. But Honorable Speaker, what is very good that has come out is the issue of safeguarding the issue of culture. Such that, Honorable Speaker, these forces that are coming to train our people do not erode our culture, Honorable Speaker. They are not coming to influence what we are going through. Instead, Honorable Speaker, let them get concerned and do exactly the reasons as to why they have been assigned to do. Honorable Speaker, final issue I have to thank the committee for considering is that, Honorable Speaker, once this agreement is done, as a DCA between Kenya, say with a foreign government like French or any of these listed countries, now, Honorable Speaker, it's mandatory that they have to observe the issue of environmental concern. Honorable Speaker, the world is changing because of our own activities. And most of these forces, Honorable Speaker, happen to destroy environmental impact on the soil, Honorable Speaker, but they go away, leaving us in danger. And that, Honorable Speaker, is a good thing. And I want to thank the Chair and the Committee on Foreign Relations that they've done for us a very good understanding of this year, and I beg to support.
Very well. Mover to reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me take this opportunity to thank my committee. Honorable Speaker, you'll remember we did this exercise when the rest of Parliament was on recess, and I want to thank my committee for putting effort and being there to have such a good product in this document, Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the staff of committee and most importantly, colleagues, for your positive contribution towards these defense cooperation agreements. Honorable Speaker, I want to end it there. I'll say that I reply.
Very well. Honorable members, I therefore put the question that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations on its consideration of the defense cooperation agreements laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 2nd April 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8.4 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act, Cap 4D, approves the ratification of the following defense cooperation agreements. Number 1, agreement between Government of the Republic of Kenya and the Government of the French Republic, subject to the reservations on Article 9.5, 13.3, and inclusion of new articles on community relations, environmental protection, and training areas. Number 2, agreement between Government of the Republic of Kenya and the Government of the Czech Republic, subject to reservations of Article 14 of inclusion of a new provision on jurisdiction. Number 3, agreement between the Government of the Republic of Kenya and the Government of the People's Republic of China, subject to reservations on Article 10.22 and inclusion of a new provision on training areas. Number 4, agreement between the Government of the Republic of Kenya and the Government of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, subject to reservations on Article 11. And finally, the agreement between the Government of the Republic of Kenya and the Government of the Republic of Zimbabwe, subject to reservations on Article 11.5 and inclusion of new articles on environmental protection and training areas. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable members, we'll go back to order number 11.
Order number 11, the Special Economic Zones Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 8 of 2026, second reading.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Special Economic Zones Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 8 of 2026 be now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, this is a very short bill, but very consequential in the development of our nation. And I say consequential, Honorable Speaker, because this bill comes as a culmination or as a direct response to the resolutions of the House when the House adopted the Joint Committee's report on the field development plan for blocks T6 and T7 in the south of Lokichar Basin. Honorable Speaker, you remember the Joint Committee on Energy and it was Energy and which committee? Yes, and privatization, the Public Debt and Privatization Committee and the Committee of Energy, led by the Honorable Gikaria and the Honorable Shurie, considered the field development plan for South Lokichar, and they tabled a very good and comprehensive report on the field development plan to enable the country of Kenya become an oil-producing country. Remember, we discovered oil in parts of Turkana County years ago under the President Mwai Kibaki regime. But there have been handicaps or hurdles towards the actual drilling and production of oil in this region to make Kenya an oil-producing country. Honorable Speaker, you can see the challenges that we have today with oil because we solely depend on oil that we are importing from the Gulf region. And with the war in the Gulf today, you can imagine how the risk at which we are faced as a country. Therefore, it's imperative that we begin our oil production as quickly as it can be done. Honorable Speaker, the primary intent of this bill, therefore, is to address some of the specific legal and fiscal gaps that have hindered the commercial development of our oil reserves or discoveries in Turkana County. And therefore, it has quite a number of legal interventions and other fiscal interventions that will help us to realize, or rather to develop our oil sector. Honorable Speaker, the bill seeks to amend the Special Economic Zones Act and align our investment framework with the operational realities of such large-scale and capital-intensive projects as are required in this petroleum sector or the oil sector. And the bill seeks to expand the scope of our special economic zones to include oil and gas, or rather the oil and gas sector, to allow the SEZ developers and operators in oil and gas zones to undertake enterprise activities within the SEZs, because our SEZ framework today did not incorporate the oil and gas, and this being a new area of operational industrial operations in this country, then we need to open up that space to also include oil and gas, and that is both midstream and upstream. And Honorable Speaker, the bill actually specifically expands the scope of SEZs to include midstream and upstream petroleum investments or investment incentives. And if you look at the bill under Clause 2, it introduces those definitions of what constitutes a midstream petroleum activities or operations and what are upstream petroleum operations to ensure then that our SEZ framework mirrors the sector's primary legislation, which is the Petroleum Act. Therefore, you see a lot of cross-referencing with the Petroleum Act, which is the parent act. Honorable Speaker, if you look at Clause 3 of this bill again, it amends Section 4.6 of the Mother Act to add the two new zones, that is the midstream petroleum operations and the upstream petroleum operation zones, formally recognizing them as permissible SEZ designations. And therefore, whether you're operating in the midstream operations or the upstream operations, we are expanding the provisions of Section 4.6 or Section 4, subsection 6 of the Act to add these two zones as areas of designation as special economic zones. Again, the bill seeks to introduce a new subsection 5A that will provide for long-term investor certainty by mandating a minimum of a 10-year license duration for petroleum zone operators. Again, Honorable Speaker, you know, we've had licenses ago that are annual. And in such a capital-intensive industry as oil and gas development, because you will not develop an drilling and production of oil, or probably pump it for refining through the Lapsset corridor at an investment of a few million shillings. This requires hundreds of billions of Kenyan shillings and hundreds of billions of dollars, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, you need to give investors that confidence that you can be able to recoup your investment, not in the short term, but even in the long term, because it's not an investment that you will recoup your investment capital in a year or two. And therefore, when you give annual licenses, then it creates that uncertainty among us investors. And we want the investors who are coming to operate in this sector to have that certainty that in the medium, long term, and even the immediate term or the short term, they can invest knowing that their investment for at least a period of 10 years, they are protected and they will enjoy the incentives under the special economic zones incentives that exist. And therefore, this new subsection 5A creates that certainty that whether you operate in the midstream or upstream, you have certainty that you have 10 years to be able to recoup your investment. Again, Honorable Speaker, there have been rigid requirements that a developer in an SEZ or an enterprise that is operating in the SEZ must be incorporated in Kenya. And again, the new amendments now, these are some of the legal amendments I was talking about, are opening up this space that you do not necessarily need to be incorporated in Kenya. That opens up this space to even foreign companies. Because we are a nation that prides itself that south of the Sahara, north of Limpopo, we are the most attractive destination for foreign direct investments. We cannot be if, again, we limit foreign investments, and we are telling you, simply because you are not incorporated in Kenya, then you cannot enjoy the incentives that pertain in the SEZ zones. And therefore, we are opening up because, again, this being a very capital-intensive area, investment area, as I said, we want to encourage as many foreign players to come in and invest in the oil and gas sector in our country, or the oil and gas industry in our country. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, the amendment seeks to allow international entities to participate through their registered branches. And therefore, removing that legal inconsistency by allowing foreign incorporated companies to qualify as SEZ developers without that pre-existing mandatory requirement of a separate local subsidiary, provided that foreign entity is registered in Kenya. You do not need to incorporate or to have a local subsidiary that is incorporated in Kenya. You can be a foreign entity, but just register in Kenya to carry on this business within an SEZ, and it will be allowable should this law come into place. Honorable Speaker, and Honorable Speaker, I'm being reminded by the Vice Chair that this particular requirement actually conforms with the Companies Act, the amended Companies Act. You remember in the last Parliament, Honorable Speaker, you were with me in the last Parliament, we amended through the business laws the Companies Act, and this also aligns with that amended Companies Act. Honorable Speaker, the other thing that is in this amendments to this SEZ law the fiscal incentives that I spoke about, or the fiscal gaps that have existed. Again, being a very capital-intensive industry, Honorable Speaker, you need incentives in income tax, you need incentives in VAT, and also in miscellaneous fees and levies under the SEZ Act, amendments to this Act, Honorable Speaker, to allow, for instance, you know, oil drilling or the production of oil requires not just capital-intensive equipment, but also extremely heavy equipment. Equipment that is even difficult to move on our roads. And therefore, for instance, you may need to move rigs, the drilling rigs. There are other rigs, I hear them calling work is work over rigs, the ones that come after the one that actually does the drilling, so that you move it from one well to another well, you need another work over rig. These rigs, many of them are very expensive and very heavy in terms of weight, and therefore we need to be moved using our rail, and therefore we will be seeking also to exempt the movement of this heavy equipment so that we also protect our roads. We want to make sure that the roads, the low volume roads, for instance, that you have done in Turkana, if you were to move all this heavy equipment using our roads, Honorable Speaker, like the road that we have just done from Gong through my constituency to Suswa, the one that goes through Kimana, you know, it is easier for someone who is carrying a rig from Mombasa. Probably one rig will require about 18 trucks to come through the southern bypass, go through Gong, and use that road that had been done as a low-volume seal. And they will destroy that road. But you can get that rig moved on SGR all the way to Suswa and disassemble it at the inland container depot at Suswa and move it now in broken down units and move it all the way to Lokichogio. With the investment that we're also doing with SGR all the way to Kisumu, Malaba, it is also possible now you can go and break down these things in Kisumu, take them through Eldoret, Kitale, all the way to Turkana. And therefore, we want to exempt them under the Miscellaneous Fees and Levies Act on things like the Railway Development Levy, that when you're moving that equipment, provided this equipment is moving to the SEZ towards developing our oil and gas sector in Turkana, then you'll be allowed those exemptions to move that equipment without paying the Railway Development Levy. Also, we seek to amend the VAT Act to extend zero rating to supplies made to SEZ developers and operators, not just enterprises. Because today, we allow enterprises that are operating under the SEZs to enjoy zero rating of their supplies, but we now want to include that to someone coming to develop that SEZ or operators, those who will be operating within this oil and gas sector, whether in midstream or upstream, as I said. Again, also on the Income Tax Act, Honorable Speaker, we want to remove the 10-year establishment cap on withholding tax exemptions for royalties and management fees paid to non-residents. Again, Honorable Speaker, as I said, this is a new sector or a new space for us as a country. I know the country has invested in the last 7 years, in training a number of our young people in oil and gas. But we still have a gap, and a huge gap. And once we go to commercial production of this oil, Honorable Speaker, you need a lot of skills and experienced staff working in these areas. And therefore, you need to allow a bit of space, especially on income tax for people who are coming to work there. Royalties and management fees for the consultants probably who are working in this area in Turkana, but companies that are probably domiciled in the UK, US, or in the Gulf states, where they have, over the years, developed very good expertise and skills development in this area. Even as we seek to do skills transfer, and I'm glad that the committee, even both the two joint committees and even the Committee on Trade, has recognized that aspect, that we need to do a lot of skills transfer, so that even as we bring in consultants and other expertise, we are also training our own young men and women in the country, and we are training them. And I hope that the committees will be able to follow through post-development of this area, that we actually have that very good skills transfer. Allow me, Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, to speak to the stakeholder engagement and the public participation that was done on this bill. And as I thank the Committee on Trade for the very intensive public participation that they carried out, very detailed engagements that they had with the stakeholders. They met with KEPSA, they met with the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, the Council of Governors, and many other stakeholders. And one of the things, Honorable Speaker, I noted that was sought was a universal extension. And many of the stakeholders wanted the 10-year license and tax packs extended to SEZs, all SEZ sectors, Honorable Speaker. And the committee, I note in their report, they rejected this with the argument that such a broad shift requires a separate sector-by-sector risk analysis, to prevent land speculation. And I want to agree with the committee. It is indeed true that if you opened up these parks again to everybody in the SEZs, there are those who are not investing in very capital-intensive things. I have seen even a move, or there are stakeholders who appeared before the committee and sought to even include educational institutions. Honorable Speaker, to establish an educational institution within an SEZ, I only need 4 walls to build a classroom. Probably the most complicated thing to build is what we are doing with NGCDF laboratories. But they're not as capital intensive as having to buy a rig, a drilling rig that will cost you probably $10 million. And therefore, we cannot put them on the same pedestal. Therefore, I also know there are people who have pushed the narrative that, oh, even housing should be included. Some were saying that, the area where you are going to develop this field development plan, there is very little housing. And who told them the people of Turkana have no housing? People of Turkana have very good housing. And where there is no housing, the government is actually investing in affordable housing. And these are the new opportunities, Honorable Speaker. I remember the Honorable Undo, when we were debating in second reading the housing levy. Honorable Undo, comically that time asked us, who said Kenyans want houses? Why don't you allow Kenyans in Turkana to live in their mud huts? Because that is where they have lived. And he said those in Western Kenya are okay in the houses they are living in. And I remember me telling Honorable Undo then, and I will repeat the same today. It is true, the people of Turkana, the herdsmen who build manyatas and move, our Maasai, Samburu brothers and those from northern Kenya who move around in manyatas as they graze their animals, that was the way of life and has been the way of life of these people. But what are we going to do with the natural resources that have now been discovered in the areas? Do we tell them then that even the expatriates who come to work there will live in their manyatas? That was the reasoning behind even the investment in affordable housing across the country. Now the people of Turkana will appreciate having in South Lokichar affordable housing. And I want to encourage the people of Turkana, even if you do not hail from that region of South Lokichar, please, when the government of Kenya is doing affordable housing, buy that affordable housing and lease it or rent it out to the expatriates who will be coming to work there, or even engineers from Nairobi who will be working in South Lokichar Basin, but they have no houses and they have no farmland to build on. They will live in Airbnbs owned by young industrious Kenyans from Turkana County or from neighboring counties. Or even if you are from Nairobi, if you see affordable housing being sold in Turkana, run and buy. Because very soon it will be pesa mfukoni, as we said when we were campaigning, that kazi ni kazi, pesa mfukoni. Pesa mfukoni did not mean that we will get money and give to people to put in their pockets, but would bring in policy shifts and changes that would bring in investments that will put money in people's pockets. And there is no other way of putting money in people's pockets other than this kind of legislative changes, legislative proposals that are actually changing what were otherwise considered to be marginalized and forgotten corners of our country to become the new frontiers of development and economic growth of our country. Turkana County is the future of this country. Whether it is in the development of this oil sector, oil and gas, or it is in the development of the rich water resource that have been discovered there. This county and other counties in the north, and others in Western Kenya, like Ikolomani, where the chair of this committee comes from. You can see, so in Ikolomani the other day, people were fighting over investors who are coming to invest in the gold mines. To Transmara, to Marsabit, to that Turkana, to West Pokot, what were otherwise marginalized and forgotten corners of this country, now hold natural resources that will, in a big way, contribute to the development of our country and our economic growth. That is why, Honorable Speaker, we must never allow the hate mongering that you see with some of the characters that we see in the opposition, the ethnic bigotry that we see with them must never be allowed. Because as a leader, I appreciate that it is that young engineer from Kikuyu who is studying oil and gas at Bath and Leeds University in the UK, who will now come and not get an opportunity to work in oil and gas in Kikuyu because there's no oil and gas in Kikuyu. Or that young lawyer who is studying environmental law and oil and gas law in a university in Australia, who hails from Wamunyoro village, but will have no opportunity to work in the oil and gas sector in Wamunyoro. They will go and seek opportunities in Turkana. They will go and live with fellow brothers and sisters, fellow countrymen, not just people from their villages. And that is why we must continue as leaders to encourage the young people of Kenya not to listen to the hate mongers, not to listen to the ethnic bigots who want to make them believe that where they hail from, they are more superior than other Kenyans, and make them appreciate the length and breadth of this country. And know that resources that exist in this country exist in many other corners of the country other than where you hail from. And even employment, job opportunities, wealth creation opportunities that exist in Mandera. They will now exist in Turkana. Honorable Speaker, the investment opportunities for business people, whether it is in logistics, whether it is in provision of services like transportation, Honorable Speaker, the movement of those rigs, food and beverage industry, Honorable Speaker, because the thousands of people who will be working in this field development region in Lokicha, those people must eat. The people of Turkana are not producing all this food. It will take a farmer in Muranga to produce their coffee, and that coffee will be sold to those people working in Turkana. It will take a farmer in Nyandarua to produce their potatoes, and the potatoes will go and feed those people there, and you make a living out of it. And that is why, Honorable Speaker, we must never allow hate mongering and ethnic bigotry to take center stage in the politics of our nation, Honorable Speaker. I want to urge the House, Honorable Speaker, that this being a consequence of our own produce or our own product, because as I said, this is a consequence of a report that was adopted by this House, the field development plan that was tabled in this House by the joint committees. We support this bill, not for the sake of supporting it because it is a bill, Honorable Speaker, sponsored by the government, but because this will be transformational in our country. This is what will help us realize before the end of this year, God willing, should we be able to pass these laws, to see the first oil come out of the wells in Turkana County. So that, God forbid, Honorable Speaker, should there be another war in the Gulf, and we don't even know when this one will end, we can have backstop our oil reserves with what we are producing locally, Honorable Speaker. I know the naysayers think these are stories. Just like when we spoke about housing, you remember, Honorable Speaker, when they were criticizing the housing levy, they said, oh, this will become a slush fund for William Ruto and his cronies. To date, Honorable Speaker, the people of Kenya, across the entire country, from Funyula to Kikuyu, testify that indeed the housing levy is transforming this country. That housing levy is developing markets for the mamambogas we promised to uplift from Mavumbini to dignified places of trade in modern markets that has cold rooms, that has those, what do you call those places for feeding young children? I don't know, I've forgotten the name.
Creches.
Yeah, crests. Crest or crash, depending on where you come from. From Nyeri, we will tell you. Markets that have crashes, Honorable Speaker. markets that have cold rooms. That would not have been possible, Honorable Speaker, without the housing levy. That housing levy today, you can see skyscrapers dotting every other town across the country. When you fly across this country, there are some towns, I don't want to name some towns so that I don't belittle anybody's town, but let me use my case example of Kikuyu Town. Kikuyu Town, 2 years ago, the highest building was only 4 floors. Only one building in town existed with a lift. Today, we have blocks, 9, 11 floors, skyscrapers, and a new city is coming up at the affordable housing site. And I'm telling the people of Kikuyu, be patient. When we do the Muguga Agri-City, with almost 3,000 houses, almost 30 blocks, 9 to 11 floors, a new city will come up in that region. Because we do not have oil in Kikuyu or in Kiambu, our potential lies in our strategic positioning near the city of Nairobi, near an international airport. When farmers in Honorable Angwe's constituency produce avocados, we will have an agri-city in Kikuyu that will produce avocado oil, produce avocado puree for the export market and for local consumption, and create job opportunities for young men and women in Kikuyu. That is why earlier, Honorable Speaker, I was telling that hate monger and ethnic bigot that we shall never allow anybody to come and interfere with the peace and tranquility in our town in Kikuyu. And I have said this afternoon, and let me repeat it. Rigathi can continue threatening everybody and anyone he desires, but he knows me. When he was deputy president, I told him, I will be the last man standing when you try and intimidate people. Let me tell him from his village, or from the funerals he's speaking from. Kimani Ishongwa, whether you mention my name 1 million times, whether you sell your propaganda 10 million times, I will be the last man to be intimidated, to be threatened, or to be cowed by an ethnic bigot and a hate monger. I must thank the president because the development we are seeing across the country is courtesy of focused leadership, Honorable Speaker. I listened to the president yesterday encourage young leaders in this country and telling young leaders not to be intimidated. I want to encourage you also, young leaders, like the member for Chepalungu. Do not be intimidated by anybody. Nobody will decide who will be elected or who will be re-elected. It is the people. And the people of Kenya are conscious of what they want. They want leaders who will transform their lives. Leaders who have impactful development programs and projects in their localities to be able to create job opportunities for their children, Honorable Speaker. Not people who just sell hatred and ethnic bigotry because you think by being an ethnic bigot, you will mobilize a whole community. You know, he's even taking communities for fools. And least of all, Honorable Speaker, where I come from, our community are not fools. That is why you see the community where I come from, Honorable Speaker, will listen to you quietly without reacting. When it comes to voting, they will vote in the right leaders. Those who carry their interests at heart, those who carry their aspirations, not those who speak to the gallery, imagining that they're exciting. And history is replete with political rejects who have spoken with a lot of bravado in our community, calling themselves heroes and heroines, and they end up in the political garbage bins. Even these ones, Honorable Speaker, watch this space. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, you know, I was being told I am a young leader. Let me tell those who are referring to me as a young leader. How can a single-term MP refer to me as a young, ati kijana? You know, you refer to people who are the age of your children as kijana. If you were elected the other day, you found me in this house doing my second term. I am doing my third term, heading to my fourth term. Then you are referring me to as these young people. I might look young,
But my brain, my intellect, is way beyond yours, my friend. Way beyond yours. That is when you were stealing relief food. I was a student at the Alliance High School when you were stealing relief food. When you are presiding over the murdering of people from your own community in 1992, I was still a student. When you were stealing from your brother, I had just graduated from the university. Therefore, these thieves should know people and know people well. Honorable Speaker, allow me to move this bill because this bill is transformational to this country. And I was urging you to pass this bill as quickly as we can to help us realize that long-held dream since the time of President Mwai Kibaki, a visionary leader, a leader who hailed from Nyeri County. But never at one time did I ever hear President Mwai Kibaki converse in public in the Kikuyu language or Kikuyu dialect. Because he realized he was a national leader. He carried the aspirations not just of the people of Nyeri and the Mount Kenya region, but carried the aspirations of the entire nation. That is why today we remember President Mwai Kibaki with a lot of admiration. He never showed any bravado or chest thumping as a leader of a community. First, who told you are a leader of a community if you can't even lead a family? If all you can do is steal from your family? When you are stealing from your own brothers, orphans, and widows, who told you you can lead a community? When you are jailing your own nephews because you hold a position of influence in government to be able to steal from their family, and you want to tell us you can lead anybody? I want to repeat what the president said, you will lead nobody. You will lead nowhere. Honorable Speaker, let us pass this bill so that the people of Lokicha, the people of Turkana, and most importantly, our nation grows with a new industry in oil and gas. And this bill, as I said, deals with the hurdles or the gaps that existed before that stopped us from being able to exploit that full potential of the oil and gas sector. From the time of Mwai Kibaki, the wasted 10 years after Mwai Kibaki, when nothing was being done there, people just sought to strike deals with tallow oil. When it backfired, they were left insulting everybody in town. Now President William Ruto has made sure that we have investors. And I know there are those who take offense that there are also investors who come from this region. And I heard the other day, Honorable Speaker, when people attempted to bring in very expensive fuel. And I must say, Honorable Speaker, the fuel that was being brought in by One Petroleum was going to land in our petroleum pumps at 43 shillings above the G2G fuel. Then the owners of that company go and bribe some loudmouth joker and one member of parliament to start shouting all over, saying that you are protecting G2G for other interests. G2G has worked for this country. Today, almost a month plus after the war in the Gulf, fuel prices in the United States have gone up. Ours, we have been able to moderate because of that preferential agreement that exists under G2G. Then you hear one confused member of parliament and that ethnic bigot trying to tell us, oh, this G2G is not beneficial to the country. And I must support what CS Wandai said yesterday. Oil marketers who are holding fuel for stations up country must desist from holding fuel. Because as the ministry has said, there have been adequate supplies, adequate fuel in our country. And I know some were holding, imagining that fuel prices will go up immediately. I even saw one confused element trying to say, oh, I am daring the government. You are daring the government as who? Naturally, if there's shortage of supply from oil in the Gulf, At one point or the other, fuel prices are bound to go up, and they will go up. But let us not allow criminals to use the war in the Gulf to do what they attempted to do the other day and I must thank the government for taking quick action. Because had that not happened, Honorable Speaker, today, this week, would have been buying fuel that would have been expensive, even ahead of the IPRA review, because people have brought in very expensive fuel, Honorable Speaker. But to safeguard or mitigate that risk in the future, and we must be futuristic. God willing, by the end of this year or early next year, post-passage of this bill, we'll be able to see the commercial viability of our own oil in Turkana. I beg to move, Honorable Speaker, and I want to request the chair of the Trade Committee, the member for Ikolomani, where he also has very vast natural resources of gold. And I know he also is working on amendments in the Mining Act to ensure that the people of Ikolomani actually benefit from their gold. The Honorable Member for Ikolomani and Chair of Trade to second.
Honorable Bernard Shinali.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Leader of Majority Party has presented very well. He has walked us through the bill and the report. Honorable Speaker, let me just add a few as I second. Honorable Speaker, the Special Economic Zones Amendment Bill, National Assembly number 8 of 2026, seeks to implement the observations and recommendations contained in the report of the Joint Committee of National Assembly Departmental Committee on Energy and the Senate Standing Committee on Energy on consideration of field development plan and production sharing contracts of Block D6 and D7 in South Lokichar Basin, Turkana County. Honorable Speaker, the report made proposals on the need to extend the ambit of special economic zones, legal and regulatory regime to midstream and upstream petroleum operations and extend fiscal incentives and concessions to investors in midstream and upstream petroleum operations. Honorable Speaker, upstream petroleum operations means the exploration and the development and production, separation and treatment, storage and transportation of petroleum up to the agreed delivery point. Honorable Speaker, midstream petroleum operations means all or any of the operations related to petroleum, transportation, storage, refining operations, or natural gas processing operation that related to multiple development areas, including operations for the liquefactions of natural gas. This covers pipeline storage tanks and primary separation facilities. Honorable Speaker, there are so many challenges which face petroleum companies in the upstream and midstream operations. The core operation challenges that has held back the Lokichar Basin development in infrastructure, specifically the absence of pipeline to move crude oil from Turkana to the export point. The Lokichar crude oil is waxy and solidifies at ambient temperatures, requiring the pipeline or tankers transporting it to be heated and heavily insulated to remain fluid during the journey. The capital cost of construction of a pipeline from Lamu to Lokichar has been estimated at around Kenya shillings 113 to 121 billion. Financing a project of this scale requires fungible offtake agreements, stable physical terms, government guarantees, and regulatory frameworks that gives lenders confidence over project's life. Honorable Speaker, on the physical side, petroleum companies have consistently raised concerns about the cost recovery and profit sharing terms under the production sharing contracts, which were negotiated when oil prices and development costs assumptions were different. The tax and royalty regime applicable to upstream petroleum under the Income Tax Act and Petroleum Act has been subject of ongoing negotiations between the government and contractors. Companies have argued that the overall government take combining royalties, corporation tax, profit petroleum sharing, and other levies makes marginal fields economically unviable at realistic oil prices. On the regulatory side, the multiplicity of agencies with overlapping jurisdictions over petroleum operation has been persistent complaint. The Petroleum Act brought some rationalization, but companies still navigate EFRA, NEMA, county governments with the land jurisdictions, the National Land Commission, and the national government simultaneously. Each approval requirements that do not run on coordinated, each has approvals requirements that do not run coordinated timelines. The absence of special economic zone framework for petroleum has meant that companies cannot access the fiscal incentives in terms of duty exemption on capital equipments, VAT zero rating on inputs, reduced corporate tax rates that the special economic zone regime offers. Every piece of drilling equipment, every tanker, every pumping unit imported for the Lokichar development has been subject to standard import duty treatment. For a project of this capital intensity, the cumulative duty and tax burden on import is material. Honorable Speaker, Special Economic Zone regime under Special Economic Act Cap 5, 17A offers comprehensive package of physical and non-physical incentives designed to make operating within the zones significantly more attractive than operating in the general Kenyan economy. Honorable Speaker, on the tax side, Special Economic Zone enterprise enjoy a corporate income tax rate of 10% for the first 10 years of operation, rising to 15% thereafter, compared to the standard rate of 30% applicable outside the zones. Withholding tax on dividends paid to the non-resident is exempt for the first 10 years as established under paragraph 73 of the first schedule to the Income Tax Act. Royalties, management fees, professional fees, and similar payments to non-resident persons are exempt from withholding tax for the first 10 years of operation, stamp duty is exempt on a transaction within the zone. VAT is zero rated on supplies made to SEZ enterprises, meaning their imports carry no VAT burden. On the customs side, goods introduced into the customs controlled area of an SEZ are exempt from import duties. Capital equipment, construction materials, and raw materials brought into the zone for use in zone activities are not subjected to the customs duty. Honorable Speaker, on the historical context of the non-inclusion of petroleum operations in the SEZ, you would wonder why now, Honorable Speaker. At the time, the enactment of the Special Economic Zone Act in 2015, the petroleum sector was at a fundamental different stage. The first major oil discovery in the South Lokichar Basin had been made by tallow oil from 2012. But the sector was still in early appraisal and exploration. Commercial development was not imminent. No field development plan had been approved. No final investment decision had been taken, and pipeline project was at a very early exceptional stage. It may therefore be referred that it may be therefore inferred that petroleum sector investment were not yet a central consideration in the design of the SEZ framework. In light of the foregoing, Special Economic Zone Amendment Bill 2016 seeks to amend the Special Economic Zones Act to accommodate midstream and upstream petroleum operations within the SEZ framework. The amendment is intended to enhance the responsiveness of the Special Economic Zone regime to involving investment priorities and align it with the operational requirements of large-scale capital-intensive sectors, including oil and gas. If the bill is enacted, Honorable Speaker, it will strengthen the Special Economic Zone framework and align it with the operational requirements of large-scale capital investments, including midstream and upstream petroleum operations. It will also facilitate strategic investment in midstream and upstream petroleum by ensuring that SEZ regime accommodates the structure and operational needs of capital-intensive projects. It will also expand the scope of SEZ to include oil and gas sector activities, and also allow special economic zone developers and operators in oil and gas zones to undertake enterprise activities within the SEZ. And finally, harmonize tax incentive applicable to SEZ entities undertaking activities in oil and gas zones. Honorable Speaker, as earlier alluded to by the Leader of Majority, the committee, in accordance with Article 118(1)(b) of the Constitution and Standing Orders 127(3), the committee requested for comments on the bill from the public and relevant stakeholders on the bill through placement of advertisement in the print media and through letters written to relevant stakeholders. The committee received memoranda and 28 stakeholders with 16 stakeholders appearing before the committee during stakeholder engagement meetings. Honorable Speaker, the committee considered all proposals and proposed amendments submitted by the stakeholders during the public participation process and made the following observation, which apply uniformly to all proposed amendments. Majority of the proposed amendments sought to reform the broader SCZ program, extend incentive to sectors not contemplated by the bill, introduce local content frameworks, address medium, small, and micro, small, and medium enterprises participation, create new zone types and related to petroleum, and resolve structural issues that predate and are independent of the Lokichar Basin development objectives. Honorable Speaker, Standing Order number 133S5 prohibits amendments that go beyond the object matter of the bill or expand it unreasonably. The proposal fall outside the bill's defined scope, and their incorporation would constitute an unreasonable expansion contrary to Standing Orders 133.5, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in considering the committee's observation, the bill represents timely and necessary intervention to strengthen Kenya's investment and industrialization framework. The bill seeks to address long-standing constraints in SCZ regime, particularly relating to regulatory inefficiency, fragmented institutional coordination, and limited investor facilitation. By refining the mandate of the Special Economic Zone Authority and enhancing licensing, administration, and incentive structures, the proposed amendments provide a foundation of a more responsive and competitive SCZ ecosystem. The bill is premised on a resolution of both houses of Parliament adopting the report of the Joint Committee of the National Assembly Departmental Committee on Energy and Senate Standing Committee on Energy on the Field Development Plan and Production Sharing Contracts for Block T6 and T7 in South Lokichar Basin, Turkana County. The absence of SCZ framework for petroleum has meant that companies cannot access the physical incentives in terms of duty exemption on capital equipment, VAT zero rating on inputs, reduced corporate tax rates that the SCZ regime offers, every piece of drilling equipment, every tanga, every pumping unit imported for the Lokichar Basin development has been subjected to standard import duty treatment. For a project of this capital intensity, the cumulative duty tax burden on imports is material. Competitors in other jurisdictions have benefited from more tailored fiscal incentive frameworks for their petroleum sector. Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I second.
Members, I propose the question. The Special Economic Zones Amendment Bill National Assembly Bill number 8 of 2026 be now read a second time. The Honorable Dr. Wilberforce Oundo.
Honorable Speaker, people on the right are worried. I don't know where they are worried. Can you protect me so that their eyes do not bewitch me?
I gave you preference because I'm duly informed you're a member of the committee.
Yes, I'm a member of the committee.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, the bill before us, the Caesar Amendment Bill, number Caesar Special Zone Economic Zone Amendment Bill of 2026, as the majority leader and the chair of the committee has said, is essentially a bill tailor-made to address the recommendations of the report of the Joint Committee of the National Assembly Departmental Committee on Energy and the Senate Standing Committee on Energy on consideration of the Field Development Plan and production contracts for Block T6 and T7 in South Lokchar Basin, Turkana. Honorable Speaker, among the recommendations made in that report was to extend the application of the incentives, legal and regulatory framework of the special economic zones to upstream and midstream petroleum operations. So essentially, Honorable Speaker, this bill is like you can go to a tailor, they specifically fit you, to suit you, specifically for you, not for anybody else. Honorable Speaker, this is in pursuant of the production sharing contract between the government of Kenya and Gulf Energy, EPBV, that was signed on 24th November 2025. And one of the requirements in that clause, one of the clauses in the agreement is new clause 32A, which required the government of Kenya exempts the operator, not the operations, but the operator, exempted from VAT, railway development levy, import declaration levy, withholding tax on services, and interest on loan. Honorable Speaker, that was signed on 24th November 2025, and instructively, Honorable Speaker, the bill then thereafter followed the joint committee. You remember before we went for the recess, the framework was presented here, the development plan was presented here, and the bill was now published on 26 February 2026. The speed at which this syllabus is moving is typical of matters that have got self-interest in this country. Honorable Speaker, and I want to clarify a point the majority leader has raised, which is misleading, completely misleading, and probably could amount to misinformation. Clause 27.6 of the contract requires that all crude oil product shall be lifted by the contractor for marketing by the contractor elsewhere. Crude oil. So, Honorable Speaker, this idea that this process, that these incentives that we are providing will serve us some kind of strategic reserve is misleading and it's not correct, it's false. So we need to put it very clear. I want the people of Kenya to know that whatever we are extracting, the crude oil extracting from Lokchar is going to be exported outside the country, refined, and the refinery actually is going to be sold as crude oil to any bidder, any refinery anywhere in the world. Who will refine it, can come to sell it in Kenya, or can go to sell it elsewhere. Honorable Speaker, that's one of the first things people must know. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, the incentives we are providing.
Honorable Undo, under which clause is that?
I hope you have the production sharing contract. It's not the bill. I'm just giving the background.
No, we are looking at the bill.
Yes, the bill is arising out of the recommendation of the report of the joint committee.
So if you pick the report, are you proposing there are some amendments you'll be bringing to the
Yes,
bill?
yes, that's what I'm getting. I'm building the case, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the incentives being given in international parlance are called tax expenditures, where a country forgoes revenue, tax revenue, hoping they will get revenue, they will get some other incentives. For example, employment, cheaper prices of a particular product, and the kind of thing. Honorable Speaker, the tax revenue lost, Honorable Speaker, the tax revenue is going to be lost based on the report by the National Treasury.
Order, Honorable Undo, the Honorable Parashina Sakimba, what is out of order?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand under Standing Order 91, whereby a member should give factual or responsibility on the statement that is giving out. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about the bill. We are not talking about the production sharing formula. Because what we want to insulate is that the bill is totally directed towards Gulf Energy and the BVV, which is very wrong. So I tell kindly, Mr. Speaker, direct that when we are contributing towards this bill, we be specific to the bill, but we don't put the country to insulate that we are doing this bill for purposes to serve the interests of Gulf. This bill can serve another upstream contractor. So we are not going to mention and referring to something that was done between the joint committee. That one is not a bill. It was just a suggestion that came to this house.
You made your point, and Honorable Undo is guided. Honorable Undo, you've noted I raised the concern about the clause of the bill you're referring to.
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
If you're making statements, they should relate to some clause
yes,
of the
yes,
bill
Honorable
in
Speaker.
terms of how we can make the bill better.
Honorable Speaker, looking at even the objectives of the bill, memorandum of objects and reasons of the bill, this is what it reads. Framework in order to strengthen special economic zones, framework and align it with the operations requirements of large-scale capital investment, including investments in midstream and upstream petroleum operations. We only have one ongoing at the moment, so this is a trigger. Whatever will come later will benefit from this. This is the trigger. There's no other trigger. If we didn't have this, we will not be talking about this bill. These amendments will not have come at all. That's what I want Kenyans to understand. It's as simple as that. No other issues. Honorable Speaker, yes, according to the recommendation, the analysis by Treasury, Kenya is going to lose 46.8 billion in this project. This particular project, Block T6 and T7. And by their own admission, they were unable to tell how much of the 85% revenue sharing Kenya will get because they say they do not know what's underground there. Period. Period. You see, I attended the public participation, I read the report. And facts are even in the report. Even the committee report makes those observations. So, Honorable Speaker, it is good to make laws to address a specific emerging issue. But laws must be made in posterity. Laws must be made.
Honorable Undo. No, just a minute. When you look at, clause 3, which you refer to, the Special Economic Zones Act is being amended through this bill to include subsection K, in respect of midstream petroleum operations zones and upstream petroleum operations zones. The concern I had being raised is that this is not specific to any individual, company, whether Gulfstream or otherwise, but is to expand the purview of the bill to cover, these matters. How do you tie it to a single issue?
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, if God gives you a child, and the child has got disabilities, and you buy any equipment or any gadget for the purpose of aiding the child to live, what does it tell you? Are those gadgets, do you hope to get another child? of disability. Let's be very factual and honest. So, the Honorable Speaker, allow me, then I've given the background. This was very important for the nation to understand. Allow me, Honorable Speaker, to now to speak to the bill.
Honorable Undo, I know you want to speak to the bill, but the Vice Chair of the committee is on a point of order. What is out of order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. There is a point that Honorable Undo has raised that says that the country stands to lose 46 billion. I want to clarify to the House that the committee had a session with KRA, and Kenya Revenue Authority says there is no loss of 46 billion because the extraction of the oil will have revenue that will come into the country, and at that point he could not quantify until the oil is actually extracted and they are able to give the quantity in terms of revenue that the country will benefit vis-a-vis the expenses that are going to be, that would be waived. Thank you, Speaker.
Yeah, Honorable Undo, proceed.
Honorable Speaker, I can substantiate. And let's go on record, Honorable Speaker, I want to a ruling. I will pick the joint report, and she can also pick her report. Let the House be the judge who is telling the truth, who is lying to Kenyans, and who is being truthful to the people of Kenya.
The Honorable Undo, in every bill we have a statement in terms of the financial implications. And in respect of this bill, having gone through parliamentary processes, it says the enactment of this bill shall not occasion additional expenditure of public funds. And of course, the other issues there. Are you saying the reality is to the contrary?
It's to the contrary, and I can table the report that was tabled here. I can extract the report that was tabled here, debated and approved by this House. I can pick it and submit it on Tuesday when the House sits.
I will not require you to substantiate at this stage. You are in general debate. Please proceed.
So, Honorable Speaker, the bill generally provides a definition of upstream and downstream. The bill provides license period, minimum license period for 10 years, specifically for this particular sector. Honorable Speaker, when we met most of the stakeholders, and I do believe public participation is not an exercise in futility. It was there so that we can listen to the public. They were very clear that only restraining this to petroleum upstream and midstream petroleum operation is discriminatory, is unfair. Why can't you then, the minister or the cabinet secretary, come up with regulations and define what can constitute industrial schemes that can as well benefit from this new arrangement that can also have got heavy investment as we are talking about. Those were the challenges. Honorable Speaker, another anomaly in the bill, which we really need to be very clear, was to allow a special economic intending to allow them to do what we call enterprise. And we have had a discussion with Majority Leader, and we have agreed we must amend that kind of incentive because it's going to be abused. If we leave it as it is, a petrol station operator, a petrol depot belonging to ordinary resellers are going to start benefiting from the same incentives. So those are an amendment we have agreed, and we will conclude. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support.
I will give honorable members a fair opportunity to make their contributions. I note the Vice Chair is very keen, but I want to give Honorable Emmanuel Wangwe. I recognize Honorable Emmanuel Wangwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Before the Vice Chair.
Honorable Speaker, allow me to really appreciate the committee and on the onset support this report and the bill in its entirety. Honorable Speaker, throughout my life, I've worked in the petroleum sector. This is what I know best, and this is what I understand from the time I've worked until...
The Honorable Dr. Undo and the Honorable Mary Ann Keitany, take your seats. I had a good reason to give Honorable Wangwe the opportunity to address the matter of this bill, though he's not a member of the committee. And you'll benefit from what he says.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, indeed, I had an opportunity to serve in the industry. And looking at the report, vis-a-vis, Honorable Speaker, how the bill has been structured, I really want to support the bill. Honorable Speaker, upstream, midstream, and downstream are three centers of economic performance of any petroleum sector. And Honorable Speaker, the kind of capital investment in the upstream tends to reduce as it comes down. As you produce, you go into the wells, the intensity of the capital you put in is so massive that, Honorable Speaker, any government that would want to invest must give incentives to that kind of investor. And Honorable Speaker, looking at the bill and the report, the way it has been couched, it is simply asking any investor, Honorable Speaker, who would want to play into the upstream market, Honorable Speaker, that is invited to invest and can get some tax exemptions or some incentives so that he can put in investment into the Lokichar or the T6 blocks in the country or in Lokichar in the county of Turkana. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I find a lot of support that I have to make to this bill so that, Honorable Speaker, it is not an issue of the already appointed or contractor, so to say, Gulf Energy. Tomorrow it might be Gulf, today it's Gulf, tomorrow is another entity, Honorable Speaker. Meaning, Honorable Speaker, what we are laying is the pathway that when we get to the upstream, Honorable Speaker, let us have an incentive to support the huge investment that this organization is going to put in. Honorable Speaker, the issue of enterprise, the way it has been said in the report, Honorable Speaker, I've read the report, is not an open enterprise. It's an enterprise, Honorable Speaker, within the zone. Meaning, Honorable Speaker, as long as you are going to play in that zone, so be it that you enjoy the leverage that the committee is proposing as a report, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, I want to support this report, Honorable Speaker, and say the issue of refining the fuel. No country, Honorable Speaker, today we are seeing the war between Iran and the US. They are talking of the Strait of Hormuz. What are they talking about the Strait of Hormuz, Honorable Speaker? Is the already cleared oil? But, Honorable Speaker, there was extraction of oil from the wells to the refineries, Honorable Speaker. So when we get the oil from the wells, Honorable Speaker, in Turkana, it will not be the wet wells, Honorable Speaker. It will be the crude oil, meaning we will be supposed to go and refine, Honorable Speaker. Are we going to have the standard refinery that is going to accommodate the current engines? Today, Honorable Speaker, we don't have. So since we don't have, there is a way, Honorable Speaker, you align with the like-minded refineries and then get the refined product back to the country, Honorable Speaker. So it's not the end of the product that you say, this is the end. But what I'm seeing, Honorable Speaker, the issue of the 46 billion, Honorable Speaker, somebody should agree that the way the committee has put it, Honorable Speaker, when you inject some capital into the production at that time, Honorable Speaker, you are bound to have a crossover in terms of how much you're going to recoup over time. So we cannot say that the country will put in today and then it makes profit tomorrow. This is a long-term investment, Honorable Speaker, so that cannot be called a loss, but it can be called an operating loss, Honorable Speaker. Meaning KRA, Honorable Speaker, will collect money this year, pay back until when that investment would have matured. So I feel, Honorable Speaker, it's not a challenge to look at that investment. Instead, let us all support this bill and agree that, Honorable Speaker, we employ and support so that we produce oil and be independent and depend on our own resources in the country. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support the bill.
I've seen the Honorable Dr. Aundo nod in agreement. The Honorable Marianne Keitany.
Honorable Speaker, thank you. I stand to support this amendment to the bill of the Caesar Act of 2015. And remember, Honorable Speaker, this Act of 2015 was passed at a time when oil exploration in this country was at a very young stage, and at a very young age, because the oil discovery, first oil discovery done in Kenya was done by Tulo in the year 2012. And around that time, by the year 2012, it was still a lot about early explorations, and there was no commercial development of this oil. I think we will all remember that Tullow Oil put in a lot of money into that process of trying to explore, but they were not able to make it commercially viable. The Act of 2015 at that time could not then consider or put into consideration such investments into the oil sector, more specifically upstream and midstream operations in the oil sector. and it mainly focused on manufacturing and export services. So this particular amendment that has come in now, Honorable Speaker, is to now consider investments into this sector to make these particular products commercially viable. You will appreciate that the midstream that we are talking about is the oil exportation from the oil wells all the way for exports. And that exportation process requires very expensive equipment that is heated, steamed heated tankers, because the oil that is the crude oil that is that is extracted solidifies at a very fast stage, at a very fast pace. So therefore, you need these particular tankers to be heated or steamed heated so that the oil can remain liquid all through the exportation. And therefore, this particular equipment, just like the way the Honorable Majority Leader spoke about the investments that are going to go in the upstream, the actual exploration, even in the midstream, the actual transportation of this oil, then requires those specialized equipments. And all these specialized equipment may require incentives in terms of the kind of equipment that will transport this particular crude oil for us to be able to quantify and make value out of it. Honorable Speaker, we'll also appreciate that this country has always relied on purely import of oil, which is a very major resource. And today, as we talk about the Gulf war and the effects of the Gulf war, and we're talking about the G2G that we have, that it has cushioned us. We find countries around us, and even the United States and many other countries, are suffering the effects of the impact of oil oil being expensive because of the effects of the war. If we had our own crude that we can be able to not only just extract and allow these investors to create even a refinery that we can now even extract, refine, and use some and sell some, it would actually cushion our country against the expenses of a very expensive oil. And these expenses, just 1 shilling extra in oil can actually, it becomes a ripple effect because the cost of living goes up, and that is what we are trying to say. Let us explore the resources that we have, which is actually the crude oil that has been found in the blocks of T6, T7. And these investors who are going to explore here is not only one investor, and we don't only have block T6 and T7. There are many other blocks of oil that we have in various parts of this country that can be explored for as long as these investors know that they have incentives that they can come and put in place to do upstream, which is the exploration of these oils, and see whether they are commercially viable. Because from the little studies that we know, is that we know that we have oils in various other blocks. As to commercial viability of these oils, we need investors to come in with their very expensive equipment and very expensive resources. And this particular bill that we are now amending will allow such kind of investors to bring in their resources to be able to take care of such kind of explorations, and that will make this country commercially viable. Remember, we are exporting this oil using tankers as opposed to a pipeline, a steamed heated pipeline. And it is because the kind of resource that is in T6 and T7 does not make the pipeline become commercially viable to actually construct that pipeline. And therefore, if we are able to then attract more investors to come and explore more oil, perhaps then in the future, these same investors and other investors can come in and put in more resources in terms of creating pipelines that can now carry this oil as opposed to road transport, which is also very, very expensive. Because the calculation that was given to us in terms of even the oil exportation itself by road is quite expensive. But the ripple effect of putting a pipeline will cost the country far more expensive as much as about 300 to 400 billion US dollars, which is a cost that may not be viable for this particular oil exploration. So the amendment that is being done to this particular, in this particular sector will not only spur economic growth in this particular sector, but also allow this country to explore its resources. And remember, Honorable Chair, it is not only in the oil sector, even the gas sector, because I'm informed that this country also has gas deposits that can be explored by this particular amendment. So, Honorable Speaker, I stand to support this particular amendment and wish to clarify on one issue that has been raised by my colleague, that the money, there is a loss that the country may experience. We want to say that this particular exploration will have a revenue share between the government of Kenya and the investor. And from the statistics and the figures that we were shown, the first, as you go, the lower the amount of barrels that we extract per day, the more money that the GOK or the Kenya government will stand to benefit. And right now, the investor is looking at, in the initial investment, about 20 million barrels per day, as opposed to much later when they move up to about 80. And therefore, if we look at that revenue share, the Kenya government stands to get a lot of revenue out of this investment, and we stop just relying on me and you, who are the taxpayers, to generate revenue for this country. Will now use our resource that generates revenue for this country that can now develop the country in terms of other investments. I support, Chair. Speaker, sorry.
The Honorable Gichimu Gidinji, the MP for Gichugu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I also rise to support the amendments to the Special Economic Zones Act through this bill. That is the Special Economic Zones Amendment Bill 2026. And Honorable Speaker, I want first of all to array any fears through the implication that has been made by Honorable Undo, that this law is tailor-made to a specific enterprise. That is not correct. This law is open-handed. The amendments are open for any investment in oil and gas sector. And when we make such a law, it is even attractive to many other investors that may want to invest in this Kenya in terms of extraction of oil and investment in gas, Honorable Speaker. So it is not correct that there is a specific, it is tailored to suit a specific enterprise in this country. And Honorable Speaker, you know, it would be very dangerous without having made a sector-to-sector analysis to open such an extension to any enterprise in this country. Because there are some enterprises that are domiciled in the Caesars, but those enterprises are to come and cash drain Kenyans, and they reinvest elsewhere. But this is an investment that is capital intensive, which is, we are promoting investment for Kenyans within Kenya to help Kenyans and probably also export and also try to leverage on the foreign exchange. Because once we extract oil in Kenya, we consume or we utilize part of it and export. Actually, we have also increased in our reserves of foreign exchange. So, Honorable Speaker, sometimes we must make decisions that are facilitative to investments that are usually helpful to this country. And we've always asked, how can we encourage investment in this country? Which are the areas? This is one of the avenues that we can encourage, and Kenyans can also be an exporter of oil in future. Right now, we are almost hearing a crisis owing to the current situation that has happened in this country. And I'm happy that it's being sorted from all the other quarters. And the G2G arrangement in this country, I must confess, this is the time that the naysayers and the doubters in this country have come to realize that this country is benefiting from the G2G. Otherwise, our oil prices would be very, very high. So, Honorable Speaker, without belaboring the point, although in this, I followed the argument by Honorable Undo, and at the end of his summations or his contribution, he has said he will support, but he will seek to amend. If he brings that amendment and fits the bill, we are reasonable, honorable members, and we will be able to engage and see whether we can be able to accommodate that amendment for the betterment of this bill and for the betterment of the Kenyans. And I'm happy he has supported the amendments in this bill. Honorable Speaker, I will also be seeking to convince members whether we can also amend the issue of prescription of regulations. Honorable Speaker, though the Act talks about these prescriptions of regulations being made by the authority, we have now an opportune time, because the same clauses that are being sought to, or the same sections that are being sought to be amended, we can now rectify that any regulations that will follow after this amendment can be made by the Cabinet Secretary in consultation with the authority or the Cabinet Secretary alone. Because by passing the Cabinet Secretary in charge, going all the way to the authority, I think we'll be stooping too low. Honorable Speaker, I do support the amendments. Thank you for giving me that opportunity, Honorable Speaker, to contribute.
This is a very brief bill. I want the contributions, if you could, to be conscripted to under 5 minutes so that we can go to the real legislation stage, the committee of the whole House, on this by end of business today. The Honorable Victor Koech.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity as well to contribute to the bill that is before us. And perhaps, Honorable Speaker, we remind ourselves the journey that this country has traveled in trying to achieve its first exploration of crude oil. Honorable Speaker, the early oil explorations that was done by Tullow Oil back in 2012, Honorable Speaker, was a clear indicator that this country has potential to produce more oil. Honorable Speaker, now, having sat or having the benefit of sitting in the Energy Committee, together with our colleagues in Senate, we sat through public participation. We listened to the various players. We listened to the various stakeholders from KEMRI, from Treasury, from Gulf Energy themselves. And we satisfied ourselves as a committee that the requirement and the request from Gulf Energy to the country that we extend to them some incentives because of the capital intensivity that this particular project requires. Honorable Speaker, you know, when an investor wants to invest, he first of all looks at commercial viability of that particular project. In this case, Honorable Speaker, us as a country, maybe relying on our own source revenue, relying on our own money, GOK money, to do such exploration would not have been possible. That is why we went out as a country. This government went out to invite these particular investors who are the players to try and see whether this exploration can happen. And we are happy as a committee that we did a very good report that was tabled before this House, which gave birth to this particular bill that we're considering today. The extension of these incentives through this bill, Honorable Speaker, will attract not only this particular investor that we're looking into at this particular moment, but future investors who may want to participate. Opening up these fields, Honorable Speaker, to various competitors will eventually lower the costs of production. Maybe we didn't hear well what our friend Oundo wanted to insinuate, and I'm happy he's still here. I am happy that you still here, Professor Undo, because the country is not going to make any loss whatsoever. What maybe you insinuated was tax expenditure, which is okay, which is true. But we are extending these particular incentives to the investor so as for him to be able to regroup the investment that he's putting onto this particular project within the shortest time possible. And eventually, through production sharing formulas that we are given and we considered through the committee, the country is eventually going to benefit, not immediately, but in the long run. So, Honorable Speaker, I stand here today to say that we support this bill because Kenya is going to benefit in terms of job creation. Honorable Speaker, the investor and the players told us that this year, December, we will have the first tanker. As a country, we're not going to lose such an opportunity that has been given to us. And that is why we will support so that the first tanker can be able to move from Lokichar all the way to Lamu. As to why we cannot be able to have a refinery industry as at the moment is because there is a minimum capacity required for any country to run a refinery effectively, considering the cost value that is going to be put. Honorable Speaker, I support.
The Honorable Dr. Eva Kinyi Obara, the MP for Kabondo. Kasipol is recognized to make her contributions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I too want to appreciate the committee and also support the amendment as presented. Mr. Speaker, in addition to the oil and gas sector, I want to highlight a few areas that I think the amendment will benefit this country. Mr. Speaker, I see that the amendment will enhance Kenya's attractiveness as an investment destination, not just in the sector that we were under discussion, but in other sectors as well. I see a possibility of promoting industrial growth, export development, and job creation in this country. Mr. Speaker, this amendment will position the special economic zone as a key driver of economic transformation. Mr. Speaker, I also see a situation whereby it will strengthen institutional coordination and efficiency. Mr. Speaker, there are also possible challenges that I see, and one of them has been mentioned here, and that is potential loss of government revenue due to the expanded tax incentive. Mr. Speaker, the committee may also need to look at the issue of land acquisition and community displacement, risks that may arise with the expansion of the SCZs. Mr. Speaker, a possible challenge also that we may need to look at is the possible governance and oversight concerns if the regulatory powers are overly concentrated. Mr. Speaker, otherwise I am in support, and once again I support the amendment. Thank you.
Okay. The Honorable Parashina.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to support the amendment to the Special Economic Zone Amendment Bill number 08 of 2026. Mr. Speaker, as other honorable members have contributed to the floor of the House, it is clear that we are legislating for the purpose of future, for the growth of this economy, for the interest of our country. We are not legislating purposely for a specific contractor. We are legislating purpose for the issue of petroleum, oil and gas. Mr. Speaker, as you go keenly and see the incentives, yes, we are giving incentives out of tax, but what are we gaining? back. A lot of jobs are available for our youth. Small-scale people will be doing small businesses. Over-dependence on oil from outside the country. A lot we are gaining in terms of investment vis-a-vis the incentives we are giving. And it's good to buy or to learn from other countries, Nigeria, Angola, Mozambique. They have also been able to give this kind of incentives, and they have gained so much. And Mr. Speaker, as my colleague, Honorable Dr. Oundo was speaking about areas that he thinks that need to be checked. Mr. Speaker, it is good to check on specific clause. Where the issue of inserting on clause 2, petroleum, medium, petroleum operation, upstream, and petroleum operation, it clearly shows that other acts, like the Petroleum Act or the IPRA Act, they are still on operation. So the other Special Economic Zone Act of 517A it has taken care of other zones which follow under the Special Economic Zone. But you see, petroleum was left out. And that's why we are introducing this amendment to the bill. Mr. Speaker, on another clause that he was talking about, on the issue of enterprise fund. Enterprise licenses, it is within areas specialized or categorized. And I want to read, a license issued under this act to a special economic zone developer, operator, or enterprise carrying on business or undertaking activities in zones designated for midstream petroleum operation or upstream petroleum operation. Mr. Speaker, during the presentation of public participation, several interested parties, all of them were in agreement. Even KRA was also in agreement. Even the Kenya Oil Association, they are also in agreement. It is the right time in the country we need this bill. And I urge the House, let us consider our country for once. We cannot build a country by rumors. We cannot build a country by NGOs or people who try to tell us what to do. We need to legislate for the purpose of our future of this nation. Mr. Speaker, I stand to support an amendment that is creating our country to go greater level and not over dependence with other countries. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There being no more interests, the mover will reply. Do we have the mover? Yeah, the mover has stepped out. So the next time this business will be scheduled to be transacted by the House, it will be the opportunity for the mover to reply. And that is the work of the House Business Committee to do. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, the time being 7:03 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 14th day of April 2026 at 2:30 p.m.
Yes,